it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Next on our agenda is public expression. We're going to take public expression on items not on today's agenda, as well as closed session. And then later today, we've got a packed agenda. So in the afternoon, we're going to take on the consent calendar. So do we have any members of the public who wish to comment on non-agenda items or on the closed session?
You can begin speaking, Ms. Hutchins.
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Michelle Hutchins. I do have video. I don't know why it's just my picture. I apologize for that. Wanted to mention that in March 2021, the final work from Move 2030 was presented to the Board of Supervisors. The ask from the 200 community members was to fund the continuation of the collaborative work that Move 2030 did for the next 3 years, with an organizing body to lead and organize that work. The result of that meeting was an ad hoc committee that was placed to work with West Business Development Center to refine a proposal for $150,000 for 3 years. It is now September 2021. West Development Center has met with the ad hoc committee. Great input was given, and I believe the issues have been addressed. We also met with the executive team and also received good input towards a refined plan. West Development Center presented 9 reiterations of proposals, and the final revision was presented to the ad hoc and executive team the first week of July. For reasons unknown to us, meetings have not continued since July. I asked the board, why did you engage the community in this work of creating an economic resiliency plan if we're not going to continue? If there are specific elements in this plan that you don't like, we can work with that and refine that as a community. But the West Business Development Center has done everything asked of them. They have provided concrete data and they have engaged our community. I believe it is unethical to continue to expect a nonprofit organization to continue to revise this plan to a point where I'm uncertain where we're going with all these revisions. So at this point, I believe the process is going on too long, and I ask all of you to please bring this to the board for a vote. Otherwise, why did we do this? Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hutchins, thank you for the comments. Do we have any response from the ad hoc committee as to when it's going to show up on our agenda?
I would go ahead and just say that we are working with the executive office and the nonprofit to make sure that when we bring it to the full board, it meets the expectations of the items that we had discussed. So we're not there yet, and when we are, we'll bring it to the board.
Okay, thanks. Do we have any other public comments on non-agenda items or on the closed session?
Yes, we do.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Thank you for taking public expression today, and thank you for hearing all the items that are on the agenda. And the reason I'm speaking on public expression at this time is because I'm uncertain as to whether or not the item I wanted to speak to will be on the agenda. As you may or may not be aware, the CEO report for today's meeting has yet to be posted on the county website. And I bring.
So Mr. Katz, the CEO report will be published today. It'll be in the afternoon, late afternoon. So you can speak to that at that time if that's what you're hoping to talk about.
Yeah, well, I'm calling to speak primarily about process, and that document has been we have been informed that the only way that we can receive information about what's happening in the cannabis program related to either the equity program or the portal process is in the CEO report. And so, you know, this document is very important to the cannabis community, as I imagine it is for a lot of other folks. And so, you know, we would just encourage that in the spirit of how items for supervisors meetings are posted in the agenda prior to the actual meeting, that it would be beneficial in the future if the CEO report could also be posted prior to the meeting so that folks had time to be able to digest the information and, you know, provide meaningful comment on it during the meeting where it is being presented. Thank you for your consideration.
Next on the line will be Ron Edwards.
Good morning. I'm just calling again. It seems that it's very difficult to actually track the meetings as a member of the public who watches the meetings. And when a subject comes up that might not have previously thought about, it's really hard to call in and comment. So I wanted to move forward to the water issue from the last meeting because I was not able to get in on that. Is that I hope that when the ad hoc is working on these restrictions on water delivery that you consider the cost, because as a resident who receives household water, I'm not happy with the prospect of these added burdens on the water haulers, which will increase prices. The water haulers are doing a vital service to those who need for either health or other reasons to receive potable city water. So please keep that in mind. And on the closed session, I really am kind of frustrated that the sheriff issue is being moved to closed session. The public really needs to be aware of what's going on, the full negotiations on this, as you know, when you're talking about the difference between $200,000, $400,000, these are our tax dollars that are directly paying for this item. So we should be fully involved in the process and what's going on with this. Thank you very much.
I have a question for the caller.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Ron, if you're still there, for context, is the concern about water delivery for domestic use during the drought when wells are running dry? Or is your use case that you need delivered water always, meaning no well or other source?
We have a well with plenty of water. It's just that due to my wife's health issues, that I feel it's a better choice for us to use treated water. So for actually the past 20 years, we've had our property, we have had water delivered. And, you know, with the sometimes of no evening, those restrictions really hurt people who just use this water for household use. So that's really my concern.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to go to item 5A, which is discussion and possible action regarding the COVID-19 update. And this is with public health.
Hello, and thank you, Chair Jurdy, members of the board, and CEO Carmel Angelo. At my last report 2 weeks ago, I indicated that the data was decreasing, but really too early to tell for sure. Since then, our case numbers have continued to decrease. Kirk, could we have the first slide? In Mendocino County, the current case average has come down to 39.25 cases per 100,000 per day with a 7-day lag. This seems to be consistent with the state data, And if you could change that slide, that shows on the left that Mendocino County, the dark black line, has also come down. And the regional data on the next slide shows an epidemiologist update that shows the yellow line, which was at a peak in early to mid August, has been coming down steadily. It is also lower than the purple line just above it, which is Rural Association of Northern California Health Officers, Rancho. And below that on the blue line, which is coming down also, is the California average case rate. So you can see we're all following a slightly decreased line, though Rancho has some counties in it that are continuing to go up. Testing has increased now to over 400 per 100,000 per day. We've added to the site at Ukiah Fairgrounds and the traveling team a minivan this week to supplement the testing opportunities. Test positivity now as a 7-day average is up to 10%, very high transmission rate, and this is significantly higher than the state. There is also a shortage of Binax Now rapid antigen tests, but new brands are being approved while we keep up the schools, which need to be supplied with Binax Now. As of Sunday, we had 382 people in isolation and 255 people in quarantine in the county. The hospitalization rates are still very high, although they are decreasing very slowly as they follow the case data. The County Behavioral Health Department under Dr. Janine Miller has been able to provide extra beds in a holding facility and transportation for patients awaiting transfer to mental health facilities. The next slide shows a pattern of how our hospitalizations and ICU cases have proceeded in Mendocino County. On Monday, we had 26 residents in our hospitals for COVID illnesses, plus 5 from out of town. In addition, 5 of our citizens were receiving higher levels of care in Santa Rosa and San Francisco. We currently have 8 COVID patients in our ICU, and we are seeing younger and sicker patients in the hospital. This morning, we actually were informed that there are no staffed ICU beds in the county. Hopefully this will change with shifting around some patients. And if it doesn't, our hospitals are registered with the state as having ICU shortages and alternate care sites, which will allow the emergency services to transport them to other counties expediently. The staff is still exhausted in our hospitals and yet covering extra shifts. They've only received from their state request 1 respiratory therapist, and that was less than what they had needed and expected. The total cases in our counties, so far, has reached 6,469 patients. Among the Latino community, 2,584 patients. Deaths now number 70, which is 5 more in the past week, and the county is currently sheltering 15 people. We have had several outbreaks. The jail, as of last week, had no new positive cases among inmates or deputies, and they are completing their outbreak testing this week. In the nursing homes, we had Sherwood Oaks, but they have completed their outbreak testing and all patients have returned to that facility. Redwood Cove Skilled Nursing has had 5 employees and 12 residents involved in their outbreak, and it has received assistance from the state, including a state visit to help them with their outbreak. Fort Bragg Hospitality House, involving 8 residents, is being managed to help with help from Mendocino Community Clinics, and we have provided shelter as well as testing to several residents. Round Valley is having a very large outbreak continuing, but it may be coming under more control. Round Valley Indian Health Center and the tribes are managing the outbreak with help from the county, state CDPH, and CTEC. They are giving outpatient subcutaneous monoclonal antibodies, which is a first in the state for such a remote location. A CDPH strike team is helping with administration and training of the Round Valley Indian Health Service personnel in giving these treatments. The county is supplying a large treatment test. Monoclonal antibody infusions are also being administered at Adventist Health Ukiah Valley and Adventist Health Mendocino Coast for high-risk individuals. The surge is predominantly of unvaccinated people. So how are we doing with vaccines now? We're continuing to see a modest increase in vaccine demand. Full FDA authorization for Pfizer has convinced many that the vaccines are safe and they want to get back to normal. We continue to offer vaccines at the Ukiah Fairgrounds every Friday, and this week we're beginning to offer weekly vaccine clinics at public health locations in Willits and in Fort Bragg. We'll continue to respond to outbreaks and to special events like the Apple Fair in Boonville this coming weekend. The actual vaccine distribution in Mendocino County as of September 14th is 104,122 total doses. 78.1% of eligible are at least partially vaccinated. That is 65.5% of the total population are fully vaccinated. This exceeds the state average. From an equity perspective, we're doing well with at least partially vaccinated 89.5% in quartile 1 and quartile 2, 74% of those eligible. The Hispanic population is 64% vaccinated compared to 70% of the non-Hispanic whites. The disparity between these groups is not gone, but it is decreasing. Age groups that have received the vaccine, the youngest are now up to 50%. The 18 to 49-year-olds, among the 18 to 49-year-olds are 71% vaccinated, and 50 to 64-year-olds are 88% vaccinated, and those over 65% are 80% vaccinated. Third doses for the immune compromised are proceeding at providers' offices and clinics. Boosters for those who have completed the series is to be discussed by CDC and FDA this week and is not yet approved. Approval for vaccines for the 5 to 12-year-olds is expected in the next few weeks. So we're beginning the planning process for what is expected to be a very high demand for vaccines for children 5 to 12 years old, for work groups newly mandated to be vaccinated, and for those who may qualify for boosters. Schools have been open for almost a month now. We've detected 31 positive cases at 16 schools, and yet, and this is important, there are no outbreaks. There has been no transmission documented within the schools. So though we have all been rightfully concerned, this approach with universal masking and frequent testing seems to be keeping schools healthy and open. As far as orders go, there have been several changes. Due to many high-risk exposures in restaurants and bars, and reports from the community that confirm the risk in these businesses, at my last report, I announced a plan to issue orders to require businesses that serve food and drink to adopt policies for employees to vaccinate or show proof of testing, and for patrons to verify vaccine status if they wanted to eat inside. As you know, I was invited to a protest rally of business owners. We had a good exchange of ideas. Small business owners and their employees have invested heavily and suffered a great deal to keep their businesses open in the last 18 months, and they felt that this requirement would restrict their businesses and divide the community. So I have changed the original order to strong recommendations, but at the request of others in the community, I've also written a new order that will require these businesses to post the precautions that they have taken and they are taking in order to be transparent to their patrons and to allow patrons to choose where they want to eat. Again, I believe this will protect the employees and the patrons without harming the small businesses or the community access to food. Also, a month ago, I released an order recommending employers to write HR policies to verify vaccines or testing for exempt employees, and Mendocino County became the first employer to adopt this approach. Since then, there's become a shortage of tests, and recently President Biden has announced his own plan to require governments to vaccinate their workforces. Given this, the drought and the fires, it might be reasonable for the board to reconsider the deadline for imposing this on HR until we see what the federal and state governments will do. So in summary, our COVID case rates in Mendocino County and in the state seem to be coming down from the summer surge, but hospitals are still stressed. and we continue to see many who are dying. Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's, when parties and gatherings will be a huge temptation and could spark another surge, is on the horizon. Delta is affecting younger and healthier people, and nearly all of those affected are unvaccinated. So we're focused on testing and control of the outbreaks of the schools and also providing more vaccines. The long-term solution is for more people to get vaccinated. And with that, I'll close my report and I'll be here for any further questions.
Supervisor Hishak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So, Dr. Corin, you were talking about the shortage of tests in relation to the directive that we had that all employees would be either tested or have vaccinations. And so with the president coming up with these directives to OSHA, does it make sense for us to wait until OSHA comes through with maybe more testing?
Well, I think to implement the policies that we were talking about, including testing for those people who are exempt, I think we'll need more tests. And what the state is trying to do and the feds are trying to do is keep those Binax Now tests for the schools, which have a huge number of testing to be done. They're bringing on board more or different rapid antigen tests, but they're not here yet with a good reporting platform that will facilitate the organizations to do the testing that's needed. So it may be worthwhile to hold off for a while and see what the federal government will come up with in terms of both requirements and also getting more testing online.
Well, I think that would be the right way to proceed with this if the board is in agreement with that.
Okay, thanks, Supervisor Hishak. I think we'll be discussing that further later today in a future meeting. Supervisor McGordy.
I just want to thank Dr. Corin for meeting with the business people and having a discussion, because you're right, everybody is just really stressed. We've been through a lot, and good on you for sort of recognizing that and trying to come up with an accommodation. So just so you know, personally, I don't go into restaurants right now because I'm in the high risk group. So we do go out for takeout food, but I'm concerned about people who aren't vaccinated. I don't think anyone's trying to take away your freedom. We just want us all to be well. And I'm glad to see that vaccinations are still increasing in the community, because I think that ultimately is the answer. So it's real clear if you draw a regression analysis to the percentage of the population vaccinated versus hospitalizations, it's highly correlated. People who are vaccinated don't end up in the hospital nearly as much as people who aren't. And I'm glad that most of the people in Mendocino County are heeding the message, and gradually we'll get through this. And being stressed seems to be a way of life these days, and overworked. I mean, I just came off the incident command post when the firefighters in Calpella are all really tired. The people manning the roadblocks are all really tired, and our hospital people are all really tired. And I think we just would like things to sort of calm down a little bit and get a break. And certainly the approach that you're taking, trying to manage this pandemic, seems to be going the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may respond a little bit, I am very aware and have gotten a number of letters from people who have been afraid to go into restaurants and bars and so on because of their concern about the COVID conditions. So the new order will help with transparency. And for those people like yourself who have been afraid of going to restaurants and bars, they may find some comfort seeing, a large green sign on the door that says, "We observe all the recommended practices, and we welcome you." So there will be some transparency, and this is to protect the consumer, but also to not add into more strife and divisiveness.
And Dr. Corin, I think at a previous meeting you talked about the booster shots that are planned for, I think it's this fall. Do you have any kind of time frame for when you think that that'll be available And will it be available first for, say, senior citizens and then the general public, or do you think it'll be available for anyone who had the original shots, say 6 or 8 months earlier?
Well, thanks for that question. The boosters are not yet authorized, and they're not yet authorized because some scientific data is lacking. So they were announced by the governor, and they were announced also, I think, contributed by President Biden, but they are not authorized by the CDC and the FDA. So, and the reason for that is the data is not really clear that there is a waning immunity from the first, from the series, the initial series of vaccines that people had. In addition, if that waning occurs, it's not going to happen overnight. So we want to proceed with this, cautiously and follow the science. If we just are giving booster shots, which has happened because many people don't tell their providers accurately how many they've had. But the downside of giving these vaccines, even though it seems benign, is that any medicine can cause a side effect. And on the third dose, the side effects could actually be, and I'm not saying that they will, but they could be worse, and we don't have that data. In addition, getting a booster of the current vaccine is exactly that. It's the current vaccine. And it may be in the next few months that another vaccine would be developed that would be specifically targeted for Delta. And those people who got the vaccines earlier may be excluded from that opportunity. So there's a number of reasons to wait for the science to come in. It's not just slam dunk. Oh, we've gone 8 months or 6 months. We don't know that really the vaccine efficacy is declining. For hospitalizations and deaths, it does not seem to be declining at all. So we'll make those plans when we have clear evidence from the scientific review, which I think is going to be happening in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, thanks for that update. Supervisor Heshak.
Thank you, Chair. So Dr. Corin, I've been hearing from people who are concerned, they're watching in the news about hospitals being overstressed, filled to capacity. And I think that we, with those charts that you showed us, we're seeing that the hospitals in Mendocino County are full too. So is there a plan? Is there a need for a request for additional help? Or, you said there was one respiratory therapist from the state. Is there a need for more of that, or how are we doing overall?
It's a good question. So the Adventist hospitals here in the county have put in their requests to the state. And where last winter we had a very robust group of disaster recovery professionals that could be sent out with a request, many, many more are already assigned to other states that are having worse problems than we're having. And many of them are exhausted, and we're having many of our own hospital workers just finding it very difficult to work the extra shifts that they are. What happens when our hospitals do fill up from, have no excess ICU beds, is that because of our announcement to the state and the MOAC, we're able to arrange transportation within hours if there is a need. Now, unfortunately, those people may be transferred to a nearby county, or they may be transferred to another county south of us. The other counties, as you could see from one of the slides I put up, Rancho is among the worst affected, and the Central Valley as well, San Joaquin. But there are many other hospital beds in other counties that are not too far away, further closer to the Bay Area. And so I think we would have care for people. And the hospitals have put in more requests, but the state has not been able, and the feds have not been able to fill it yet. So the contingency plans are the insistence by the state that other hospitals have to accept our patients. And so far that plan is working well.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments from board members? Not seeing any. Do we have any questions or comments from members of the public?
Yes, we have one, Ron Edwards on the line.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad that the board, the Public Health Department has continued the mask mandate, particularly with the rising rate among the young students, and being open to the public for reaction on this. Thank you.
Okay, does that conclude public comment on this item?
Yes,
Chair
it does.
Judy,
Oh, go ahead.
Assistant CEO. I'm here to give you an update along with the folks from HR regarding the directive from August 3rd for vaccine and testing for the Mendocino County employees, and look for some direction on how you would like to move forward. As Dr. Corin mentioned, the new order from President Biden pushing down some of the regulations through OSHA and the Department of Labor. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to William Schertz and or KDS Ford. Thank you.
Good morning, William Schertz, HR Director. I would like to talk a little bit about an update to the directive on the policy. We have drafted a policy and it has been sent out to all the bargaining units for them to review, which is the normal process that we go about doing those things. However, what we've run into is the testing issue, testing supplies. We basically have two different options. So we have an option to do our Binex Now rapid test that we can bring into the county organization and conduct testing sites for employees who are not vaccinated or exempted from the vaccination requirement. Also, we also have another issue regarding the state health orders. So we have currently there's 3 state health orders that affect county employees. The first one is from July 26th that was went into effect on August 23rd that required proof of vaccination of workers or test weekly for those workers that are that work in the jail facility, corrections facility, detention facility, juvenile hall, and behavioral health and public health facilities. Currently, we have around 40 staff that we're doing testing. I believe the sheriff's office does their own testing through NAFCARE for the jail personnel, but we do about 40 tests per week regarding that. I do want to point out that we received some Binex Now tests through our MOAC. We are running. We'll be running out of them soon. It looks like by the week of the 27th of September that we won't have enough of those tests to deal with the required tests from the state health order. We have gone to Abbott directly to purchase an emergency order of Binex Now tests. They are not due to be, we found out this morning that they are not due to be delivered until October 15th. So we'll have to work on another alternative, which is the PCR testing for those individuals that would be required. I think the testing situation is what's delaying the policy to be implemented. We do we're looking at the easiest method for us to implement our proof of vaccination or testing would be through the rapid test scenario. Gives us a lot more flexibility in having employees test as well as different sites around the county versus having employees go into a test site. that's already established, like OptumServe or Mendocino Coast Clinics or something like that. There are some challenges that we faced, and we're continually working on those. I think that's what I have regarding our current testing situation. Um, I,
Okay, William, you have a couple questions. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so that we can understand the scale and any potential burden on individual departments. Can you give us a rough estimate of how many unvaccinated county employees we have? And are they fairly evenly distributed across departments, or are there departments that are higher? And I guess if so, which? And specifically, I'm wondering, are we putting burden on the public safety?
Yeah, William Schertz, HR director, through the chair. We did an initial estimate. We don't have an actual number. Our initial estimate is 275 to 300 staff that are not vaccinated. It's not across the board. We do have, I would say, a larger percentage in the following departments in social services, general services agency, probation, and sheriff's office. Those are areas where we have a larger number. Most all the other departments that we've been provided estimates on are in the single digits of folks that are not vaccinated.
Supervisor McGordy?
Well, the rapid tests, I understand, are not highly accurate is one of the downfalls of them. Is that correct?
Well, I would like to have Dr. Corrin address the accuracy of the test. I think he's more qualified.
And through the chair, yeah, there is a slight decrease in the sensitivity and specificity. Actually, the specificity is very good, but the sensitivity is a little bit less for the antigen tests than it is for the PCR tests. But when we're doing screening for various reasons, or if people have symptoms, it's a very useful test because it gives rapid results. And certainly if people have symptoms and you're catching them early in that course, the sensitivity is significantly higher.
So first to Dr. Corrin. So Dr. Corrin, it's my understanding that these vaccines are among the most effective vaccines in the history of vaccines. I mean, it's something like 95% effective at blocking the virus. So is that true?
Yes, they are. These new mRNA vaccines are significantly more effective at blocking the virus. And it shows on our data regarding deaths and hospitalizations and severe disease. The issue that people focus on is, well, even the vaccinated people can get some infections, but when they do, their infections run a much, much milder course. And there's now emerging evidence that the long COVID is much less among those people who've caught the infection who have been vaccinated. So it's very, very effective. And the decrease in the efficacy is for the mild cases has only gone down from the 90s, mid to low 90s, to the 80s, to the mid to low 80s. So it's really not that significant. When you look at, for example, our influenza vaccines and the mandates and the campaigns that have gone on for years, the efficacy in those cases are in the range of 50, 60% in good years, and sometimes it's down to 40 to 30%. So, when we look at the overall vaccine efficacy of prior vaccines, these are much, much more effective.
Yeah, and just so given that, I personally don't understand why people are choosing not to get the vaccine. I mean, there was a time when the vaccine wasn't available, and we all waited for it, and and now we're several demographic groups. I think earlier you said those 50 and over in Mendocino County, it's well over 80% are vaccinated. But there are people who are choosing not to be vaccinated. And, even with the vaccine, there's a very small chance that one of us who are vaccinated could still get sick. And thank goodness we have some sort of health insurance to cover the bulk of the cost of the treatment. But personally, I mean, just speaking for myself, I feel like if someone chooses not to be vaccinated, I feel like the federal government should just say insurance isn't going to cover it. We've provided you with an opportunity to be vaccinated. The taxpayers, the other members of your health plan are not going to subsidize tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of treatment for someone who chose not to be vaccinated. I'm just speaking for myself, but that's the way I view it. And I really wish the federal government would just mandate it. I wish the courts would mandate it, because this is just ridiculous. I mean, the expense that this is putting on the healthcare system. I mean, why should everybody who works for Mendocino County pay higher healthcare bills, because it's an in-house system, in order to test the people who are choosing not to get vaccinated? I mean, it's ridiculous. So there's the end of my speech.
Well, there actually are surcharges in some healthcare plans now for people who choose not to be vaccinated. So they decided that if you're going to take the risk, you pay more for your health insurance. So that's one approach to encourage people to get vaccinated.
Yeah, I mean, just the hubris for people who are choosing not to be vaccinated when they know that they're putting the burden on somebody else. It's just not fair. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So how much does it cost the county to do these tests?
William Schertz, HR director. So the rapid test that we ordered through Abbott is $8 a test. We do have some time associated with staff that would administer those tests, as well as just have an understanding that anyone that's required to be tested on would have to be tested on work time. So there is a cost to that as well. On the other hand, the PCR tests, the health plan is being charged $100 per PCR test for any employee on our health plan. So there is a large difference. For instance, what we're looking at for a 20-week supply of 10,000 tests would be roughly $80,000 in cost. For the same for PCR, would be $1 million.
And yet we don't have enough of the testing to even do what we directed to do. Right.
Correct. What we currently have now, which is under state mandate, we don't have enough to get us past the week of September 27th. We just have run dry as far as the Binax Now tests, rapid tests. However, so what we'll have to do is arrange some sort of, and we've not done this yet, or we just got notice today about the delivery of those 1,000 emergency rapid tests from Abbott to mid-October. So we're going to have to figure out the plan B for getting those staff that are required to be tested weekly due to state order into another facility or either do that in a regular testing site or somehow facilitate that.
And then the other 260 plus or minus employees of the county who don't fall under the state mandate that we need to we need to test, or they need to get vaccinated, then what are we going to do with? Do you have an option for the board to?
Well, as far as an option, we really only have two different options here. One is is to wait until we receive a supply of the rapid tests, which would be we would we'll mid-October for those 1,000, but that's not enough. That would only last for only a few weeks. We would have, we actually are looking at for those 10,000, we have to sign a 6-month contract with Abbott in order for them to supply us with those tests. That's the options that we have now. The other option would be to have individuals go to the testing sites that are already established throughout the county for OptumServe doing the PCR tests.
Okay,
And those would cost $100 a week.
$100 per test per week, yes.
Yeah.
Supervisor Judy Darcy, through the chair, if I may.
go ahead.
I think there's a possibility here to pause the directive until there's further information from OSHA or the Department of Labor. Maybe there's going to be a ramp up of supplies and resources and more assistance with the logistics of this. You understand, for our small staff here in Mendocino County, it would be a significant logistic challenge to try to reach all the corners of our county where we have staff to ensure the testing, where we really only have one fixed testing site in Ukiah, and other areas, say Fort Bragg, the OptumServe is only over there once per week. And if somebody was off or something happened and they couldn't make it that day, there would be another burden for those folks to have to drive over here to inland to get the testing. So it's just something to consider while you're discussing this item.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, then Dr. Corn.
So I see the reality here that the county's healthcare system is going to need greater contributions. Is the board expecting staff to come back with a plan for increases that evenly distribute the costs related to COVID? Or are we expecting staff to return with a plan that apportions the COVID-related expenses to those who are opting out of the preventions?
Well, personally, I think those who are choosing not to be vaccinated should pay a premium that's proportionate to the cost that they're adding to the plan. And if that's an option for the board, I would fully support that.
Rather than have staff spend time going in a different direction, I wonder if it would be wise for us to try to steer that a bit today.
Any other board comments on that idea? I mean, basically, we've got 70% of our employees who've chosen to be vaccinated, and about 30% are choosing not to be vaccinated as of today. Should the 70% pay? Should everybody pay extra to cover the cost of the testing and the extra cost of hospitalizations from those who are choosing not to get vaccinated? I think that's the question, and I don't think it's fair for the 70% who are vaccinated. Supervisor McGordy.
Well, some people sort of have no choice. If they're immune compromised, well, Dr. Corn, help me here. So some people really can't take the vaccine. Is that correct? You're on mute.
All right, through the chair. Yes, that is correct. There are some people who've had allergic or other reactions, or for one reason or another, their physicians may have given them a medical exemption from taking the vaccine. And just to expand this question to what Supervisor Adjournment was alluding to before, why do we have to assume the responsibility to pay for the people who've chosen not to get vaccinated? That's an ethical question, and in general, we run up from a medical point of view. It's a little bit different, but we run up from the medical point of view for people who've elected to abuse alcohol or other drugs or not wear their seatbelts. And as a society, we have generally elected to cover them, but to make requirements a little bit more specific so that people comply with what are expected basic health requirements. But there are groups of people who would not be able to receive this vaccine at this time. So you have to account for those, I think.
Dr. Corin, is it in the neighborhood of 5% that have a medical exemption, or is it close to 30%? I mean, we have 30% who are choosing not to be vaccinated. I can't imagine all 30% or even anywhere close to that have a medical exemption.
No, you're absolutely right. It's a small percentage that have a medical exemption. And you could probably write some orders and legislation that would exclude it, that would not cause extra charges for those who had a medical exemption.
And so what are we talking about per employee who's not who needs testing? What's our basic costs? I'm still not completely following the protocol here.
I think the CEO's office has some numbers on that, but some employees, the testing is twice a week, but then it's not the cost of the test, it's also the time that we're paying them to be on the clock while they're getting tested twice a week, and others are tested once a week. Maybe the CEO's office could answer that question.
Chair Dirty, Darcy Antle, CEO, will you ask the question one more time, please?
What is our basic cost for testing for the employees who choose not to be vaccinated when we look at it on a per person basis?
So a per person basis, the cost of the test is $8 per. And we estimated we would need 10,000 tests over 6 months. That's $80,000. This is with the BioNX now, the antigen rapid testing. And we estimate the employee cost to pay that time at $375,000 in employee cost. To Optum serve, the cost to our health plan for the same time period, 6 months, $100 per test. We estimate $1 million, and we estimate the same cost, $375,000 for employee paid time. This would assume a 30-minute appointment. Obviously, that changes if someone is going to have to commute to receive the test. I hope that answers your question, Supervisor Gordy.
There's significant costs.
Yes, that's our concern. That's why we're in front of you. The cost of the logistics of tracking it. It would also become, we would be looking at an app to help track and manage it, so that in the BioNX now, in that lane, it's they have this app we can use. In the Optum, there is not. And obviously going to Optum, those turnaround test times are 3 to 4 days, where Optum it's 15 minutes. So the logistics of implementing, tracking, and reporting back to this board would require a significant amount of staff time as well. Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, Christian Curtis would, County Council would like to make a comment as well.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So I'm not sure that I understood exactly what the board was proposing, but it sounded like there was essentially some consideration of possibly changing, some of the terms of the health plan or the terms of the compensation to the employees based on vaccinated or unvaccinated status, and in particular their financial commitment or obligation with respect to the cost of testing. I want to make sure the board is aware, if that is what the board's looking at. There are sort of a number of issues that we need to look at, one of which being that's most likely going to present some meet and confer issues that we need to be negotiating with the unions on. And additionally, we need to look at some of the terms of some of our healthcare agreements, sort of how things are structured, what can and can't be done. The county does have its own sort of self-administered healthcare plan, so it's not. There's a little bit more flexibility than if you were just buying it from a third-party vendor, but it's going through a lot of structured a lot of established companies are doing, various pieces of the administration of the healthcare plan. So how that's structured, where that flexibility would be, how any of that would work, we need a fair amount of review, and then we'd also need to look up just on the labor law side in terms of to what extent does the board have the ability to address issues like cost for the waiting time for the test, et cetera, or to what degree does that have to be counted in terms of the work time. So I want to flag for the board that there's sort of quite a few legal and practical issues that we need to look into here. I would suggest that if the board is interested in going this direction, I think it's really going to be, this would have to be a very preliminary discussion, and there's a lot more information we'd have to bring back. I'd also just note this might be a little bit more complex than the board is anticipating, and there may be a fair amount of attorney time and staff time that would go into sort of chasing down these loose ends. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
A few weeks ago, I noticed that Delta Airlines had announced that they would be adding a $200 charge to unvaccinated employees. And they cited that this was to cover the testing and the increase in actual risk. Does staff believe $200 a month may be, that there's an apples to apples here, that if Delta's company sponsored plan has an actual cost of about $200, ours may also? Perhaps,
If I'm,
or William?
yeah, if I may, Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes. So if you take into account the $8 per test and the amount of time, averaging the amount of time, it's right around $45 per test per week per employee. So it would be close to the $200 a month, like what you're talking about.
And we know that the plan is currently on the brink of being underfunded. Is that accurate? That's my read. When I look at it, it looks like a lot of payouts, and there's an inflection point that more is being paid out than collected. And we're adding COVID. Is it staff's understanding that the board will need to consider increasing funding to the county-sponsored health care program?
Darcy Antola, Assistant CEO. Yes, and we are preparing an item to bring before you.
So the question for my colleagues is, do we want to ask staff when they bring that forward to bring an option that attributes the actual cost to those who are choosing to take the additional risk?
Well, again, I would like to have that option. Supervisor McGuirty.
Yes, I think it'd be good taking a look at if as the old saying goes, with freedom comes responsibility. So if you choose not to be vaccinated, and don't expect the rest of the employees to pay for the extra cost of being sure you're safe, when vaccination at $12 a shot could probably be your insurance, for a long, long time compared to having to be constantly tested.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I would certainly like to see the information on that and have staff bring back some options and, research it legally and see what we can do. And I think that in the meantime, we need to put a delay on the policy of having everyone tested or vaccinated until OSHA and the Department of Labor come up with their regulations and see if they can help out.
Okay, I see a hand raised in the board office.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. Thank you. This has been a good discussion. It's good that we're talking about this now. It seems that any solution that we have does have multiple issues with it. I support what Supervisor Hashak just said as far as holding off on any actions at this time. I do believe that should the board want additional information from the staff, that's certainly something that we can do. However, I also think that if we're going to move in this direction, that we also need the authority to begin to negotiate with the labor groups. I think any decision that's made on this is going to have to be negotiated, or certainly a meet and confer, if nothing else. So I think there are multiple challenges. We do believe that certainly there will be direction at the federal level, and waiting for that direction. In the meantime, we can gather information for this board, and we can also begin to talk with our labor groups. And hopefully there will be some direction that comes out. But again, I support what Supervisor Hashtag has suggested, that we hold off on any actions at this time. Thank you.
So I support what Supervisor Hashtag proposed in terms of holding off. But since we don't know how long we'll have to wait for a decision from OSHA or from Cal OSHA, I don't know if we want to tie it specifically to their guidance unless we think that's coming soon. Supervisor Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While staff is preparing this information for the board, I would like to know if there are any other vaccines that the County of Mendocino requires for any departments, and whether or not there are insurance surcharges, as was mentioned, for smokers or alcoholics or any other type of medical issues. So when we have that conversation again, I would like to know those two things, please.
Good suggestion. Okay, so is the consensus of the board that we'll put a pause on the implementing of our testing program as the staff is trying to line up additional testing support and also direction from Cal OSHA and the federal government?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, right. I'm sorry, did we go to public comment on this? We did go to public comment on this item, but before we got to this piece of it, do we have any other public comment on this piece of this agenda item?
No, we do not.
Okay. Does staff need any other feedback at this point on this agenda item?
No, thank you.
Okay, switching gears a little bit, that takes us to item 5B. We have a noticed public hearing, discussion possible action, including adoption of a resolution approving the capital fire facilities and equipment plan and adopting and implementing the fire protection mitigation fees for the Anderson Valley Community Services District pursuant to Mendocino County Code Chapter 5.36. This is being brought forward by County Council. Immediately thereafter, we will have a similar agenda item on it relating to the Little Lake Fire District. But now we are on item 5B. And so for item 5B, I'm going to look to the clerk. Has proper notice been established for this public hearing?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay, so at 10:05, we're going to open the public hearing on this item. And we're going to go, have you recorded or noted all correspondence on this item?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to go to County Council on this item.
So Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, here to introduce the item. So this first hearing, it's regarding the adoption of a resolution approving the capital fire facilities and equipment plan and adopting and implementing fire protection mitigation fees for the Anderson Valley Community Services District pursuant to Mendocino County Code, Chapter 5.36. The AVCSD has taken the necessary steps to adopt a fire protection mitigation fee pursuant to both the Mitigation Fee Act and Mendocino County Code. On March 23rd, 2021, the district adopted a resolution approving its nexus study for the fee and adopting its plan, and requested the board to implement the fire protection mitigation fees for the district and sent that resolution to the county. In response, we've noticed this meeting pursuant to the Mitigation Fee Act and Mendocino County Code, Chapter 5.36. Attached as part of this agenda item is a resolution prepared for the board's consideration, which includes the nexus study and the plan as an exhibit, and district staff are available for questions of the board.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Okay, do we have any questions at this time? are we going to go to a presentation from Anderson Valley Fire at this point, or the consultant?
Yes. Good evening, Chair Dirty, supervisors. Again, my name is Blair Oz. I'm with SCI Consulting Group, and pleased to be here this morning, representing the both the Anderson Valley Fire Department and the Little Lake Fire Protection District, which is another similar item that's on the agenda. Matt introduced the item very well and gave you a good overview. I'm certainly here to answer questions. I also wanted to mention that Deputy Chief DeWitt is on the line that can also answer any questions of the district. Chief Avila of the department was unable to attend the meeting this morning because he's actually on a fire call. Just a little bit of an overview. It's been the fee program is a one-time fee that's charged on new development. The fee, the purpose of the fee is to expand the fire system to serve the growing service population within the district. The fees would be used for just that purpose, for only projects that actually expand the capacity of the fire system. So it cannot be used for operation and maintenance or any other costs. It's directly related to those costs that are expanding the fire system. The county is essentially imposing the fee on the behalf of the district, and that's the request of the board of directors of the district today. The district, the district would actually collect the fees, would properly account for them by having them in a separate fund and make sure that they're not commingled with any other funds. They would also accept responsibility for annual reporting activity in the fund for the prior year, and would also meet other reporting requirements. The fee program is the second. I actually had the privilege of establishing a similar fee program for the Hopland Fire Protection District, and your board approved that back a couple of years ago. And so now we're bringing forward two new ones that are very similar in the methodology and approach that's used to determine these types of fees. The fee program will be adjusted regularly for inflation so that it's not eroded over time. And there are certain exemptions and credits that I'm happy to get into, but they're all in accordance with the Mitigation Fee Act and other aspects of law. So with that, I can certainly take any questions of the board.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
What is the anticipated fee for a median single-family home, new construction?
It's the fee is expressed on a square footage basis, which is common for these types of fees across the state, and it would be $2.13 per square foot, and that's on the living area of the home only.
Yeah, so my comment to the board is we have a housing shortage, and here we are increasing the cost of new development by thousands of dollars. I support it. I think that it's a natural consequence of Prop 13. Somehow fire needs to be funded. And if the district were to attempt an increase to the assessment on all parcels, I think a lot of property owners would say they're already hit with a lot of taxes, and how is it fair that they're paying for the services to cover new development? This is a way to apportion it to that new development, which seems proper, but I think we're pushing on keeping regulation contained because there is a cost that's affecting our housing stock, but also recognizing that fire service is incredibly important for the community.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor McGordy?
Blair, have you projected what the annual revenue stream would be typically for these monies?
We have, and we've looked at the 20-year period. Again, projections of development within the district over 20 years is very difficult, but we anticipate reasonably about $200,000 could be generated from these fees over the next 20 years, depending upon the level of growth.
Well, it's not a huge amount of money in terms of the operational budgets of fire departments, correct?
Correct.
I appreciate what Supervisor Williams is saying, is that we're not a wealthy county, so $2 a square foot or around ballpark, or really any additional fees are always, when you write that check, when you're getting your plans, it's significant. But by the same token, fire protection is becoming so critical. I mean, just looking at our latest episode in Calpella, we have to be able to respond, and the level of intensity of fire seems to be going up. So anything we can do to improve or be prepared is critical. And in addition to that, is it true that now homes also have to have sprinkler systems in most cases?
I would probably turn to Deputy Chief DeWitt maybe on that question. I think she's on the line as well.
That would be a question for planning and building. That's not something that Anderson Valley Fire Department is authorized to require in private residential dwellings.
To your question, Supervisor McGordy, yes, the California Building Code does require fire sprinklers in all single-family homes and second units. The exception is if you have an existing house which was not required to have a fire sprinkler system, you can build a second unit without fire sprinklers. But if you're building new construction on a vacant lot, let's say in California, the California Building Code requires sprinklers. The one exception is if someone has a rural residential lot as defined by the County of Mendocino, and that would enable someone to use the Class K building code. And if the person meets those criteria, then they could build under the Class K building code, and they would not be required to have fire sprinklers. And I forgot the acreage threshold the county has set up. Maybe planning and building can answer that question.
If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez. Supervisor Dirty, you are correct. It is the 2019 building code that requires fire sprinklers to be installed in all new single-family residences. And as far as modulars or mobile homes, those are currently exempt, but sprinklers are required as of the 2019 code, which is the one that we're in right now.
So there's a significant expense, obviously, for fire protection, and rightly so. I mean, it's anything that we can do to keep people safe in a rural area. Just because I think about my own situation, where my property is actually 2 fire districts, but I'm at the end of both of those, so I don't know what would happen in an emergency, how quickly people would get here. And I've been through one, and it took a while. And it was, fortunately, it was out near my vineyard, not near my house. And so anything we can do to keep ourselves safe, I think is prudent.
I would just anecdotally, I would say, having built a new house recently, for 1,200 square feet, came out to about $11 a square foot for sprinklers because the water pressure wasn't adequate. And my understanding, in most places in the unincorporated county, they also have to install a pump. It was sort of unusual to have a pump to create the water pressure in city limits here in Fort Bragg. But at about $11 a square foot for fire sprinklers, and this is just one example, this fee of less than $2 a square foot is actually kind of small by comparison to the cost of fire sprinklers. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, subject to public comment, I would move the recommended action.
Okay. We have the item open for hearing. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, so at 10:17, we're going to close the public comment hearing, and we have a Supervisor Williams. We have a motion from you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern, second.
Thank you. I also had a comment, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I appreciate that we were able to get this brought forward and on the agenda, but I think that we should all realize that this is not going to be enough money for all of the needs that our fire service has, and we have to continue working as a board to try to figure out how to fund fire in a way where we can really fully expect protection, because at this point we are incredibly vulnerable, all of us, every district. So I support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy?
Just one other question too, and I know that there's some exemptions for ag structures. So what specifically are those? Does anybody know?
Through the chair, again, Blair Oz, there's not as, so the fee is actually imposed on a building area. So to the extent that there is an agricultural building, the common one would be a barn, that would be subject to the fee, but just outdoor space is exempt from the fee, if that helps. And then keeping in mind too that this is a fee that's only on new construction, and in the instance that you have redevelopment of an existing facility, demolition of a facility, and then replacement of it, it's only the net increase in that square footage that would be subject to the fee. If that helps.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if we have no more questions or comments, can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Chair Judy,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGordy.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to item 5C, which is, as said earlier, is very similar. It's a notice of public hearing, discussion, possible action, including adoption of a resolution approving the capital fire facilities equipment plan and adopting and implementing the fire protection mitigation fees for Little Lake Valley, Little Lake Fire Protection District pursuant to Mendocino County Code 5.36, and going back to County Council.
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, as noted, this is a very similar item in public hearing that was previous. This is for Little Lake Fire Protection District. They also, earlier this year on February 9th, adopted a resolution approving its nexus study for a fire impact fee and adopted their facilities and equipment plan. And I've asked the board to approve these fees. We've noticed this meeting pursuant to the Mitigation Fee Act and County Code, and there's a resolution prepared for the board's consideration. Mr. Oz is also the consultant for Little Lake Fire Protection District, and he's available for questions.
Matt, I want to go to the clerk of the board. Did we establish proper notice for the hearing?
Proper notice has been established.
And so we're going to open the public hearing on this one at 10:21. And also look to the clerk, was all correspondence and telephone calls received forwarded to the board?
Yes, it was, and we have one person signed up for telecom.
Okay. Supervisor Hashak.
Well, thank you, Chair Judy. I'd just like to say that this is a long time in the coming. I think that the Little Lake Fire District is really looking forward to this. I've worked closely with Chief Wilkes, who had his last day of work on September 11th, and we wish him well. And we had a great opening for the Little Lake Fire Station on Saturday. And so it's new in Willits on East Commercial Street. If anyone's up in that area, it's well worth checking out because it's a testament to people working together.
All right, thank you. look to Blair Oss. Do you have anything unique to this fee to add to the discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So yeah, the method, this fee program is very similar to the Anderson Valley Fire Department's fee program and the Hopland Fire Protection District fee program that I just referenced. Again, the fee is actually was already adopted by the town of Willits on behalf of the district here just a few months ago. So this fee would be for the unincorporated area of the district. Because of the expected level of development, primarily in the Willits area, it's projected that the fee would generate about $1.6 million over a 20-year period, approximately. And the fee on a single-family home for Little Lake is a little bit less. It's actually 98 cents per square foot, so a little bit lower. And that's actually quite common for the more rural that you have, because the methodology and approach to determine the fees is based upon the existing level of service. The more rural of a fire district, large fire system serving a smaller population ends up having higher fees compared to more urban centers. And so that's why you have a fee for Little Lake Fire Protection District a little bit lower compared to the other two. But other than that, I don't have any other comments.
Thank you. Is there anyone from Little Lake Fire District that wanted to speak to this item? Okay. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak to this item?
Yes, we have one, Ron Edwards.
Yes, good. I hope you can hear me. I'm having bad service right now.
Yes, we can.
As a tax issue, it seems that it's kind of citing that, and also to affect hoop houses. Again, a low cost structure, but then again another high fee on that. I was wondering how this is avoiding being a tax. Thank you.
Conclude public comment.
Chair, would you like me to respond?
Yeah, if there were no other public comments, then if you could answer that question.
Certainly, thank you. Yeah, this is actually a fee that was determined by the Mitigation Fee Act. So it's a fee only on new construction. So the Mitigation Fee Act is the act that governs the determination, the accounting, the reporting of this fee. It's not a tax in the sense that the rest of the district does not pay this fee only if they come to the county, and in this instance, either the county for development of a home or any other type of a new structure in the unincorporated area of the district, and then of course the town of Willits within the incorporated area of the district. Only in those circumstances when they are an applicant is looking to request a building permit for issuance of a new structure would they be subject to this fee. And so it's certainly not a tax, it's actually a fee.
Okay, I wanted to go to the clerk, the chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Christian Curtis, County Council. I just concur. Impact mitigation fees are well established as a fee mechanism in California. Pursuant to Prop 218, Prop 26, et cetera. There's a pretty there's a distinction between what sorts of charges are taxes, what sorts of charges are fees. Impact mitigation fees are recognized as valid fees.
Thank you, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. If you're ready, I'll make the motion to approve this resolution.
Second.
Okay. Just confirming from the clerk of the board, we have no other public comment on this item.
No, we do not.
Okay. All right, well then at 10:27, we're going to close the public hearing and we have a motion and a second on the item. Can we have roll call?
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor Hashak.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, well, thanks. We're going to go to a quick morning break and be back at 10:40 if we can, and go to the CEO report at that point. I just want to make a couple comments. One is, I'm not sure if I think there may be something in the CEO report about the action of the board at the last meeting where we did not take action on appointing an auditor. And I just want to clarify that that was a decision of the Board of Supervisors not to fill that position. And really didn't come from the CEO's office. And then the other is, I know there was a comment earlier in the day about the timing of the publication of the CEO report. Obviously, everybody who has a hand in writing the CEO report would like to publish it as early as possible. But over the years, the Board of Supervisors has asked for substantially more information to be put into the CEO's report, and the length of it has grown. There are many departments now that contribute to that document. And it's also a communication tool for all 1,200 county employees to receive a copy of the CEO report in their email inbox. It's not just a document for discussion at the Board of Supervisors meeting. So it's just a matter of so many moving parts, so much information going into it that it's my belief that that's the reason why sometimes the publication of it comes a little bit later in the morning of the meeting rather than in advance. But with all that, I'd just like to turn it over to the CEO to go over the CEO report.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. This is CEO Angelo. And the CEO report over the course of the last decade has gotten thicker and thicker. And I think it speaks to all of the work that is being done by the departments, and that the departments now, most of the departments, provide an update on the CEO report, which of course goes to the board and is a public document once a month. And I appreciate all the work that's done by the departments. I think a question that did come up earlier today really, in my opinion, spoke to the cannabis update, and I want to thank Kristen Nevedal for providing an update for every CEO report, and she does speak to the progress that her and her team are making. My understanding from our chief counsel is that the CEO report must go to the board and to the public at the same time. That's how the report is released, and so that is what's been happening, though we know it's rare that it gets published on Thursdays with the agenda. If we were going to publish it on Thursdays with the agenda, it absolutely would not have all the information it currently has, because there are times that changes are made, very close to the time that we release the document. But what I would say, if our chief counsel has no issue with this, is that if a department submits a report to my office for the CEO report, and that is a report, let's just say in the cannabis arena, and I have not had an opportunity to speak with Kristen about this, and this is just something that came up based on the comments this morning, that I believe that any department head could release information ahead of time. They don't have to wait until that information goes to the CEO report. So if there was information that was wanted by the public, say by Department of Transportation or the Planning Department, or the Cannabis Department, that information could be released. I think the recommendation would be, if you're going to release, include that to the full board.
Chair Jurdy, I can't hear at all. Am I the only one?
The audio from the clerk's office is breaking up at times. I don't know if there's something that can be done to clarify that or not.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We are currently back in chambers for the first time, so we are working out some of the audio changes in the actual board chambers. So bear with us.
I wonder if the CEO could maybe zoom in.
Chair Jurdy, would you like to take another quick break, and we could be certain that the audio is on? I certainly can hear it, but if any one of the supervisors can't hear what we're saying from the chambers, that certainly is a problem.
Yeah, it's very distorted, so it's difficult to, and sometimes you completely cut out.
Okay, Chair Jurdy, if we could take a 10-minute break, we have information technology in here working with us on this. If we could just take a quick break. I think this is a new problem. We didn't have it earlier today. So possibly it's just a microphone, I'm not sure. So If it's
Good.
okay with the board, let's just take a very quick break and try to get this fixed.
Okay, all right.
Thank
Well,
you.
we will reconvene when we have better audio. to go into closed session right away, and maybe the audio can be fixed while we're in closed session. Can we go briefly into open session?
We are currently broadcasting.
Okay, right. Well, then at 11:01, we're going to announce that we are going to go into closed session as soon as possible, and hope that the audio in the chambers is cleaned up and clarified when we return to open session.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. We should be in closed session in just a few minutes. If we can shoot for 11:15, that would be good. Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks. Resuming the public session part of our meeting and reporting out of closed session on items 9A, 9B, 9C, and 9E. The board gave direction to staff, and let's see, that takes us to our public hearing, which was set for 1:30 or as soon thereafter as possible. And that is item 5E, discussion possible action, and including acceptance of presentation with the redistricting process from county staff, conduction of a public workshop with the Mendocino County Community-Based Advisory Redistricting Commission to receive input on communities of interest and potential district boundaries. And so for this, to open it up, we're going to go to the executive office.
So good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, CEO Angelo, and County Council Curtis, Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So today we'll have a presentation by staff on the redistricting process and joined by the Advisory Redistricting Committee, which will also be providing an update. And I would like to introduce the commissioners. So I'm just believe they'll be coming in shortly. So just I'd like to check with the clerk of the board to, oh, here I see them coming in. Thank you. So I'll go ahead and introduce our commissioners. So we have Chair Kyle Farmer, Vice Chair Paula Cohen, Commissioner Peter McNamee, Commissioner Mary Ziotti, and Commissioner Dee Pallison. So I will thank you all for joining us today, and I will turn the meeting over now to Chair Farmer.
Thank you, Sherry, and thank you, board. I don't know if you guys have ever watched somebody kind of jogging in place on the side of the road, waiting for a light to change so they can continue their run. That's a little bit where our commission is in terms of having access to the census data, which is really the key ingredient to be able to make this whole process happen. Nevertheless, we have been moving forward. We've had 2 meetings thus far, one on September 1st and the other on the 7th. We've received a little bit of public comment, but are looking forward to making efforts to get more public comment, especially once we have that census data. And it does seem like doing too much outreach before we have that census data could sort of get whatever kind of excitement we might be able to build would quickly subside once people realize that there was really the information wasn't there yet. And Leaf will be presenting later, and he'll have the latest on when that data is going to be there, but it'll be very soon. We're going to have a special meeting that we added in based on that. We didn't want to have to wait until October. We wanted to be able to put a meeting together as soon as we had that data. So we'll be having a meeting on the 30th. And another, something I thought was kind of fun that we did in our first couple of meetings is staff was able to add a watershed layer to the maps, which can, moving forward, this is a new tool, what to me is a pretty exciting tool that this GIS staff has put together that will allow people to engage in this process in a different way than they did in the past, because really in real time, people can make changes to this map and be able to engage directly with the data rather than needing to have a PhD in statistics to be able to pull it off. One other thing, if anybody's listening and has been sort of reticent to get involved with reaching out for making public comment, this is really a community-driven effort. We're just here, but it occurred to me that as easy as that GIS map is, it might be a little bit intimidating to some people. And so there are those 2 training videos that Leaf did already that people will be able to find. But also, if you're, if you don't feel comfortable with the computer, reach out to to a 12-year-old that does, and you know, get them have this as an opportunity to teach younger people about the political system, because when you show a younger person that that computer map, it's going to make complete sense to them, and that could be a great way for, you know, different generations to come together and talk about our amazing democracy we have. So I wanted to start just by asking if there's anybody else on the advisory committee that would like to say anything. Just speak up if you do, because my screen is not showing me all of the people.
Hi, this is Mary Zadie. We have used our head and resources in the community to find other ways to reach out, and that adding radio stations, different agencies, reaching out to health organizations as well, so that we notify more people. And that includes developing something so that we can put in common spaces such as Grange and such as city halls in their lobby, a poster, or not a poster, but a handout that says, this is what's going on, this is how you reach, please do contact us. And hopefully that will help. And there's been some brainstorming on the advisory board that has been, I mean, just the radio station contacts have been excellent. So a lot of the members have been very forthcoming with ideas.
Thanks, Mary. Did anybody else on the committee? Peter, did you want to say anything? I can't see everybody. I'll take that as a no, and I'll move this over and ask staff to go ahead with their presentation.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Farmer and Board of Supervisors and the Advisory Redistricting Commission and CEO Angelo. We wanted to give a brief overview of the redistricting criteria and the process, just for an overview for the Board of Supervisors and for the public who might be just tuning in today and haven't seen our prior two presentations at the public meetings we've had thus far. So just briefly, this slide shows you, slide 2 shows you the list of criteria that we must consider in this process. And it shows you the order of that criteria. So we first have to consider a couple of federal criteria, one of which is the overarching principle of equal population. And this is sort of the most commonly known criteria, which is we want to have districts that are substantially equal in population. And as Leaf may tell you a little bit about how we go about doing that, it's just a little bit of math once we have that official census data and we find that ideal population number for each of our 5 districts. And then from there, 4 counties in the redistricting process, it doesn't have to be equal, exactly equal, but there does have to be a minimum amount of deviation. And so there's some case law that talks about that. So we will definitely be looking at trying to keep the population under 5% difference between each of the districts, as low as possible, but that is a good benchmark, and Leaf can talk about that if there's any questions on how we address that. That's one of the first things we'll look at. And then the other federal criteria is addressing the Voting Rights Act. And the Voting Rights Act, the Federal Voting Rights Act, prohibits the dilution of racial minority and language minorities' voting rights by denying an equal opportunity for racial and language minorities to nominate and elect a candidate of their choice. And the first factor that the counties look at to determine compliance with the Voting Rights Act is analyzing the demographics
of the county to determine if there's a minority group that is sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a majority in a single member district. And that would be, you know, anything greater than 50%. And so that is one of the other first things that our GIS coordinator will look at using specific data, and he can describe that. So we will look at that. And then after that, there's these various ranked state criteria. And so I'd ask if we move to the next slide, we'll get into those. So the first ranked state criteria is contiguity. And so this is trying to keep districts from jumping around. You want to look at a district map and see that the areas of each district are connected. And then the second criteria is minimizing the division of local neighborhoods and communities of interest. And this is the one criteria right now that we could be hearing from the public on, and we're just starting to hear from the public on this. This is where, to the extent practicable, we want to hear all of the communities of interest, the groups of people who share social and economic interests or common policy concerns, and that they would benefit from having their community in one district. And that's the next criteria we'll look at. Next slide, please. The next ranked criteria is keeping the integrity of cities and census designated places within the county. Here's a list of those census designated places. And those also, the other census designated places are also the formal cities in the county. And so to the extent practicable, we want to minimize dividing those cities and census designated places. The next criteria is having easily identifiable boundaries for the district. And this is looking at natural boundaries like rivers and canyons and mountains, and also artificial barriers, highways, and the like. The next criteria is keeping the districts geographically compact. And so trying to keep areas, keeping areas together, avoiding, and this is where people think of funny shaped districts with lots of loops and turns and maybe looking like a daisy. That is lower on the ranked criteria, but that is something, a principle that we want to that we need to consider. And so it's not as highly ranked. So you may see districts that have a little bit of that because the higher ranked criteria are coming first. And then finally, we would not consider political parties in the redistricting process. And there could be other criteria other than these, as long as they don't conflict and take away from the higher rank criteria. Next slide, please. So the next two slides, this one is talking about neighborhoods and communities of interest, because right now what we're really trying to solicit is as much comment from the public, from anyone in the county who wants to share through either public testimony at our public workshops that the Redistricting Commission is having, or at our Board of Supervisors meetings when we're hearing about redistricting, and also through email, any kind of public comment about how you see your communities of interest. And this we can hear now, even before we have that official census data. So right now we're really trying to encourage the county residents to let us know, because the communities of interest are really the building blocks of our districts, and we really want to hear from you. Next slide, please. And these are just some of the questions to help people identify and understand what is a community of interest. So, you know, who is this community? Who are you? What do the members share in common? Shared languages, celebrations, shared history, and what makes your community unique? What differentiates you from your surrounding areas? And of course, where is this community? We have to be able to map it. What is the geography of this community? What are the boundaries? Is it a certain area divided by the blocks? Are there certain landmarks that define the community? And then how are those interests shared? What are the issues that this community is concerned about and wants wants to keep unified within a district for purposes of their representation. So what we'd like to hear once the census data is available and we're able to start the mapping process, that official data, is not only the communities of interest, but also the maps that the public want to create to provide with their narrative of their community. And Leif will talk a little bit about how the public can do that now. He's worked really hard on the GIS portal for that. And then finally, the community, it's useful to hear, is there any data that represents your community? You know, the numbers of the people in your community, income levels, distances, those are all useful for communities. And they're not all of these criteria are required to create a community of interest. These are just some questions to ask yourselves in determining what your community of interest is. Next slide, please. And so we just wanted to give you that brief overview of the criteria. And now, Leif, I'll turn it over to Leif Farr, our resident expert in the county who's done this process many times and who is the expert with our mapping process. And he can talk a little bit about what any updates on the data, which we're anticipating very soon, and then anything he wants to share or answering any questions you may have about that data and the mapping process.
Leif, you're muted.
And it would help if I unmuted myself. Thank you. Again, two sets of data. Public Law 94-171 is from the decennial census. It's an actual count of people at a particular point in time. It's obviously decennial means it takes place every 10 years. We're going to be using the 100% count. That means all age groups. And that's used in determining equal population. So we'll compare that. You can look at the total population of the county. You can divide it by 5. It gives you your average. And you want to make sure that your districts are within a certain percentage of that average. One of the things they talk about in census criteria and then redistricting criteria is that you don't want your highest populated district to be more than 10% difference from your lowest populated district. You don't even want to come too close to that 10%. So in the past, what we've done is we've tried to shoot for the population of each district to be less than 3% of a deviation from that average. And that will keep us well below that 10% spread. The census data is tabulated down to the block level. That's the census geography. That's the smallest unit they tabulate statistics for. And we can move those around to adjust population and to create district boundaries. The second set of data we're going to be using is the American Community Survey data. And that's a 5-year average. It's based on survey data. So the Census Bureau continually surveys the population. And that's where you're going to get a lot of your socioeconomic data. But it's required for to determine whether or not you have a majority-minority district or if it's possible to create one. And again, in that case, you're using what's called citizen voting age population. So all those 18 years and above from the American Community Survey data. We haven't used that information heavily in the past because based on population and geography, our population is pretty dispersed in a very large county. But we're certainly going to take a look at that and make sure that we're not running afoul of any of those requirements. There was some legacy data from the census that was sent out. And unfortunately, the legacy data is in a format that wasn't very usable for us. We're awaiting the Census Bureau's release of the Public Law 94-171 data, hopefully Thursday, the 16th. And that should be available to the public in a more user-friendly format. I'm hoping that's true. We'll take a look at that. And if we get that data, then we can really start taking a look at what the current population of our districts are right now based on the 2020 census. The census data for counties and cities has been released for the 2020 census. And it shows that our county has increased slightly over the 10 years. And some of our cities have increased and some have not. So they actually have, well, of the 4 incorporated cities in the county, 3 have grown slightly and 1 has lost population. So there's areas of the county that have lost population, other areas have gained. But the total population now, according to the 2020 census for the county, is 91,601 people. In 2010, we had 87,841. So there's a slight increase. If I can have the next slide, please. So census geography. In census geography, there's tracts, blocks, groups, and blocks. And you have to look at it as a nested geography. Tracts fit within your political geography. So your political geography, you're going to have counties and incorporated cities, and what the Census Bureau has outlined as census designated places. Those are unincorporated communities that by their nature have no legal boundaries, but have been designated a boundary by the Census Bureau so that they can give consistent statistics over time for those communities. The census tracts are larger county units that are nested within the county boundary. Block groups are nested within the tracts, so they're the sub pieces of the tract. And then the blocks are the smallest unit, and they're nestled within the block groups. Usually a block is what it means. It's an area bounded by 4 streets. And in our communities that have gridded street patterns, those are what our blocks will look like. Out in rural areas, though, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you look at it, the blocks have to be drawn on physical features. That'd be streams, roads, ridge lines, power lines. And they can become very large because all this census geography has a population limit. So you have to have so many people per geographic area, and it has to be drawn on physical features. And in some cases in rural areas, those become very large. So it limits the granularity of the geographic unit you can move around to create districts with. That being said, we have in the past used voter precincts as well as census data to move around to look at how we can construct these district boundaries. And that's what we'll be doing in the near future, hopefully, when that census data comes out. If I can have the next slide, please. Pre-data tools. So what we've put out there to the public is we have an existing GIS portal for the public, and we've added a redistricting map to that. You can look at some of the data we have available. Some is from the 2010 census for existing district boundaries. Other is from the 2020 census for the county and cities. And there's some watershed boundaries as well as population density overlays from the 2010 census. The main part of that map right now is that the public can use that to draw their community of interest boundary and print out create a PDF file, print that out as a paper map, or send that in as an email attachment to the redistricting committee so that we can start looking at what folks feel is their community of interest and get a mapped boundary for that. Post data tools will include the GIS portal, which we're continually adding data to as we receive data, but also we'll have an interactive tool that we'll use during our Citizens Advisory Committee meetings. And hopefully once we have the data, we'll assign that to the geography and we can use that interactively to move geographic units around to see how that changes the population as we look at different boundary scenarios. So with that, I can show you really quickly. I didn't want to go too deeply into the mapping. Our part of this. Let me see if I can share my screen here. Oh. I'm going to have to ask you to take this screen off. There you go. Can everyone see this screen?
We cannot see the screen that you're sharing.
Can you see the county webpage screen?
No, we do not. If you're using multiple monitors, you may want to drag it to your primary monitor and just make sure that up at the top it hasn't paused. Sometimes when you're using a dual screen, it'll pause the share.
Okay, let me just quickly just do this. Well, it's not letting me do what I want, but hold on. Okay. What I was going to show you was just how to get to the site. And that was primarily just going to the county's webpage. You click on, you go to Mendocino County .org, you click on services, and it scroll down to the bottom, you'll see GIS. You click on that and it takes you right to the GIS portal. There's a map there. On the front of the GIS portal, we've added a how-to guide. And unfortunately, there's a few pages to look through. It takes a lot longer to read it than it actually is to figure out what to do. But there's a help guide now on the home page, and then you can scroll through the different maps. One is redistricting. You click on that and you have the redistricting map. You can use that to draw an area, as I said, create a PDF and send that in or print it out as a paper map. And again, you just go to the maybe over. Can you see that now?
Yes.
We can see it, Leaf.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience. Let's see if I can go to.
Hi, Chair, this is Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO Leaf. Dylan is sharing his screen for you. If you could just walk Dylan through the steps.
Okay, well, if he just clicks on services.
Thank you.
And scroll down to the bottom page, click on GIS. This is our public GIS portal. There's a portal user guide right here. You can click on that. Down in the text, one below. So if you then you can scroll through here, and there's it tells you how to navigate the site, tells you how to use the different tools. It's actually a pretty simple map to use, and how to draw and print. So we could just click up here, click that off. Right at the top where it says Portal GIS Guide.
I'm sorry, Lee, what did you want me to do here?
Scroll up to the top. Okay. And if you click this little arrow right here, these are all the different map applications on the public portal. Here's the redistrict one, click right here. And click that button right there, the home button.
You said the home button?
Yeah, click right there. That looks like a little house.
I've clicked it.
Okay. This is our redistricting map. You can see it has the current redistricting boundaries. I wasn't going to go into the actual details for purpose of time here, but just to show you that it's out there. We'll have another application that will allow us to do a little bit more in terms of calculating population and ethnic makeup of the different districts as we move blocks around to create districts. And that will have at our actual meetings with the Citizens Advisory Committee. You can just go ahead and click off that, and you're sharing your screen, so you can stop sharing your screen. There you go. And that's all I have today.
We have a question or comment from Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. So Leaf, if a person redraws the lines for their communities of interest and then submits it to you, do they have a chance of explaining what their thought process was?
Well, that's encouraged, obviously. We would like them to send us an email. I think we even have a template on our redistricting website that they can fill in to describe their community of interest and why they feel it's their community of interest.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, when members of the public draw their own lines, how does the tool help them keep the population balanced within the maximum of 10%, but ideally 3%?
Right now, the map is only set up to allow them to draw a boundary for their community of interest. At this point in time, that's what we're supposed to be collecting is information on community of interest. What happens when in the census data, we're supposed to use the 94-171 census data file. However, in the state of California, we are required to then use what the state is going to adjust for inmate population. So that could be a little later than when the census data comes out, hopefully later this week. The state is going to adjust that population for, say, if you had a prison in your county, then they're going to look at where those prisoners actually lived, where their permanent place of residence was before they were incarcerated, and then assign that population to those counties. We don't have a prison in our county other than the county jail, so it's not going to be a huge problem, but we may get added population from inmates who live in Mendocino County who are elsewhere. And we're required by state law now to use that adjusted data when it comes out for census blocks. So in addition, there's a waiting time between the time we get that data and the time we can actually start drawing district lines. And the reason is to give the public a chance to come up with their own lines, their own ideas about communities of interest before we sort of put a stamp on these are the lines, kind of prejudice those lines by coming out with something ahead of time. And usually it's 21 days that we have to wait, but because they are so late getting the census data out, that's been reduced to 7 days. So hopefully that the state will get their adjusted numbers out by the end of the month. And then we have 7 days to wait after that. And then we can start looking at lines. The big problem is that we don't have the 2020 census data yet to apply to blocks. Once we do that, we'll add the block geography to the map, and they can start aggregating data by that. And there's some tools there that help them look at the number of population, the total population for a district they might create. And we'll have information on there on the average that they're shooting for.
So it seemed to me when I looked at this that if all of the data is available, the algorithm should be able to give us a recommended map that most closely matches the criteria in the ranked order. It's peculiar that we're trying to have humans look at the criteria and come close. Are there any tools from the federal government or the state to generate a recommended map that follows the guidelines? I understand some of it is subjective. What are the communities of interest? But if we were to assign the community of interest to a parcel number And with a weight, we had all the metrics in place. The computer should be able to do this for us.
Well, you can come up with various scenarios that meet the criteria. So in what we've done in the past is, one, we listen to what the public has told us, and we try to craft boundaries that reflect public input primarily and that meet the criteria. So population balancing is just one criteria. If that was all that there was, it would be a little bit simpler, but it's on the surface can seem simple, but when you start taking in conflicting public input, you have to balance that. And in essence, you're never meeting all of the criteria to the exact letter. So it's something of a balancing act. And last time around, the Citizens Advisory Committee came up with several alternatives, some meeting the criteria, certain criteria better than others. So there's a mix there. And the idea is to have the public guide your process.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
Since you're around it when they did the last redistricting, I would imagine Ukiah is problematic because it probably has the largest population. But how do you do something? How did it evolve that there's a finger that runs in the first district down Zinfandel Lane and into the northern part of Ukiah?
Well, I would say in the last two redistricting, both in 91, well, actually in 2000 and 2010, the majority of input that we got from the public, and you know, this can change, but it was pretty standard based on those 2 decades, was that they liked the boundaries the way they were, and they wanted to make as little change as possible. Unfortunately, not all areas of the county grow at the same rate. And usually from one decade to the next, it's hard to tell which area is going to grow faster and which ones are going to grow slower. And you don't know that until you actually see the numbers. So what happens is you take the smallest areas that you can to make the adjustments. And a lot of those areas around Ukiah are very densely settled. So one of those criteria, if you remember, was that Charlotte has showed us, is that we want to respect city boundaries and boundaries of census designated places. So when you look at the current boundary of the supervisorial districts, the second district includes all that area within the city of Ukiah plus a little extra. And those areas around it, if you look back through the decades, little pieces have changed here and there because they've been moved around to balance the population. It's the same thing you have between the 5th district and the 4th district, in that the main population centers are basically from, you know, Little River to Cleone. So that you'll have blocks that have a lot of people in them, but not a lot of area, so that you can use those to adjust. And what happens on the Highway 1 corridor is that boundary that used to be right there at Noyo has slowly and gradually headed south over time to adjust populations to being equal, but yet still keeping those areas based on the testimony of the public at the time, keeping their unique communities of interest in the districts they wanted them to stay in. So therein lies the balancing act, to try to seek to balance that the communities of interest where they want to be, and then still meet that criteria. The importance of meeting the criteria, of course, is in the whole you know, equal vote, equal representation aspect. But it's also, we have, I think, a little concern that we want to have a plan that meets the criteria so that it is not litigated in the end. We don't want to go through all this work and then have it challenged in the end. So that's why we really carefully look at that criteria.
I have a question for Chair Kyle Farmer. You said earlier that there will be a new meeting of your commission or Citizens Advisory Committee later this month when the expected census data comes out. Could you maybe just announce for the public when that is?
Yes, that will be September 30th. Sherry, I actually don't know. Is that at 6:15? Yes, that's at 6:15. It's right here.
Okay, great. So I guess maybe in summary, the next meeting is September 30th, 6:15 of the Redistricting Committee. And if anyone believes that they are part of a community of interest that is in the wrong district, I guess maybe they should be letting the county know sooner rather than later. So because there will be so little time for the Redistricting Committee and county staff to consider options for optional districts. So I would guess that that's part of the hope, is that people will comment sooner rather than later to allow for as much time as possible to consider any possible changes, if there are going to be any notable changes to the district boundaries. See a couple hands raised. Peter McNamee.
Thank you. I wanted just to add that while we wait for the census data to arrive so we can populate the mapping system, it's a great time for the public to provide us with their thoughts about how communities need to be represented in the final maps. But I don't think that the word is going out very well to the public. That's a concern that I have. I still think there's quite a few people in our community who have no idea that the redistricting process is actually going on. So I wanted to ask the members of the Board of Supervisors, because of your interactions with the public through your duties as supervisors, to spread the word. And I think Sherry can describe exactly how people can communicate to the Districting Commission their community of interest. There's, in addition to the portal offering a form that people can fill out, people can email their thoughts, even just in a regular letter format, listing their concerns and describing the areas that they're concerned with. So I think it's great that we have a GIS tool, but for a lot of people, it's going to be difficult for them to really wrap their minds around how to use that if they're not familiar with GIS systems. I know that I struggled with it when I first started looking at the GIS portal, and I still do to a certain extent. That shouldn't be a barrier for people to provide input to the commission in terms of the communities of interest. So I would appeal to the members of the supervisors to reach out to the people in your communities that you run into, let them know that this process is going on. And again, I think Sherry can provide you with the emailing information for how to send us, for those people to send us their descriptions of the communities they'd like to see respected when the lines are drawn. Thank you.
Sherry, were you going to add anything as to how people would contact the county?
Yes, thank you, Chair Jurdy. Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. We have a redistricting dedicated email. So it's redistricting@mendocinocounty.org. We have a dedicated site. So Mendocino County, go to our webpage, Mendocino County Redistricting. All the information and the forms that can be completed on that site. You can also call our number at 707-463-4441, and that's the executive office, and ask questions about the redistricting. And we also have an ad hoc committee, which was with Chair Farmer and Vice Chair Paula Cohen, who will be talking about public outreach. So they'll be working together to get information out to the public. And our webinar, Zoom webinars will be, public will be allowed to join the webinars live. So we will be posting that on our agendas from now forward. And then if you would like to also sign up for e-notifications at the bottom right of our webpage, you can sign up for e-notifications and click on redistricting, and any information will be emailed directly to you.
Thank you, Sherry. Looking at the clerk of the board, do we have any members of the public who wish to comment on this agenda item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Okay, well, thank you for the update, and hope you get some public input at the next few meetings. Okay, all right. Well, we have several more items on today's agenda. I'd like for us to go to, we have, let's see, a noticed public hearing, and it's discussion possible action to consider an appeal of the coastal permit administrator for approval of a boundary line adjustment located near Cleone to align parcel boundaries with coastal zone boundary and remove split designation. Parcel A would increase from 10.85 acres to 11.35, and parcel B would decrease from 10.85 to 10.35 acres, located at 32,800 and 32,700 Nameless Lane, north of Fort Bragg. And this is continued from the July 20th, 2021 meeting. And going to planning and building. The public hearing was closed on this item, but I'm going to planning and building if they're in the meeting now to pick it up from here.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this is Christian Curtis, County Council. I believe the item was continued because the board had asked for a little bit of research on a CEQA question. We've had a chance to do that research, and if the board would like, we could start with Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski just to update the board on the results of that research.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, board. This is Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski. As stated, this item was initially heard by the board on July 20th, and it was continued to today's meeting for council to return to the board with additional review of whether the proposed boundary line adjustment was improper piecemealing pursuant to CEQA, as well as with a proposed form of written decision for the board's use in taking action on the appeal. We've prepared a memo and uploaded that along with this agenda item. It contains a summary of the subdivision potential of the parcels, which would be 11 parcels with or without the proposed boundary line adjustment. The memo also provides a brief review of case law regarding the concept of piecemealing a project. And in our review of the cases, this proposed adjustment does not constitute a piecemealing of any potential subdivision. And that's primarily because the subdivision is not a consequence of the boundary line adjustment. The subdivision is not compelled by the boundary.
What you said was that direction the staff was given.
I'm sorry. The subdivision is not compelled by the adjustment, and the potential of subdivision of the property is not affected by the adjustment. So the BLA is not an initial phase or integral part of any future subdivision on the property. So based on that, we do not believe this fits within the legal parameters of what will constitute piecemealing under CEQA. As such, we've prepared a form of written decision, and that's attached to the board along with a motion for adoption of that. If there are any questions, please let me know.
Question to County Council. So you've prepared the memo in answering the questions that were raised by the board, and then you've also prepared proposed findings. Would you recommend opening up the public hearing for comment limited to the proposed findings, or the public hearing was already held, or would you not propose opening the public hearing on the findings?
To answer your question, Mr. Chair, the public hearing was concluded. I don't believe there's any need to reopen the public hearing. I would, however, suggest not reopening the public hearing, but rather, if the board is inclined to go in this direction, allowing us a short opportunity for public comment, specifically just on the form of the orders themselves. since the written document hadn't been prepared in advance.
Okay. So with that, the board members, we've had a chance to look at the proposed, the memo and the proposed findings. Are there any questions of county staff? Supervisor Hashtag?
Thank you, Chair Judy. So my understanding is that if this were approved, then I think the public has a real concern about, the development of the one parcel that's outside of the coastal zone. And so what recourse would people have to voice their opinion, pro or con, about the development of those parcels?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, if there's going to be future development of that single parcel that may or may not be subject to any kind of future discretionary permit, if there's a subdivision of that parcel, that subdivision would be subject to discretionary review by the county.
Okay, and that's pretty much the plan theoretically, is that it would be subdivided. So there would be public input.
Deputy County Counsel, correct. There's public hearings required for that.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, seeing this is District 4, is there recommendation from District 4?
Yeah, so the zoning for that neighborhood is, by my mind, surprisingly small parcel, or the zoning allows for relatively small parcels. And ironically, what's interesting is that the county's practice has been that when you're reviewing a proposed ordinance or a rezone, it does not always require that the water analysis be done prior to the vote on the subdivision. However, in talking with staff, the Planning Commission would have within its authority to require the water analysis be done prior to the subdivision being voted on, rather than as a condition of a subdivision. And personally, I would hope that the Planning Commission would make that a condition, make that information available to themselves and the county prior to voting on a subdivision. I know that many of the concerns raised by the neighborhood has been about water availability and smaller parcels out there and potential impacts to the fen, which is basically to the north. I think if the Planning Commission was to require the water analysis hydrological study prior to the subdivision, I think there'd be a much better informed decision made by the Planning Commission and the county, and ultimately the Board of Supervisors, on a future subdivision request. So I'm hoping that process would be followed if there is a proposal to subdivide the parcels. But I agree with staff that I think that that this cleaning up of the parcels, making one in the coastal zone, one out of the coastal zone in itself is actually good planning. And I think, I've not seen anything that makes me think otherwise. But with that, I think I would like to follow staff's recommendation and open this up for any public comment on the proposed findings, the language prepared by staff, to see if there are any comments on the proposed findings.
We have one public commenter, Carla Sarvis. Sarvis, you need to unmute.
Is that better? Is that better?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Carla Sarvis, and I represent a large neighborhood group of 27 people who strongly support this appeal. I have already written that this project runs contrary to 4 chapters of county's land use plan.
On the proposed
Today,
findings,
I
the
addressed.
language prepared by staff,
Got
to
a
see if
mic.
there are any comments.
There's like echo here. County council states the proposed subdivision could have gone forward without a boundary line adjustment,
like
and
she
that the
figured it
boundary
out.
line adjustment is not the first step in
Seems
a
like she
causally.
figured it out and turned off her background noise.
I'm sorry. Oh, God.
Clerk of the board,
This is
you're
horrible.
not, clerk of the board, you're not muted. Maybe we can start Ms. Sarvis's time over again.
Thank you.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We were hearing some feedback, but it appeared that it was from an audio playback of the meeting in the background. So you'll want to turn down your speakers, Ms. Zarvis, and on your end from where you were watching the video, and then proceed with your comments.
There's like echo here. Do you want me to start?
Yes, as long
Do
as
you
you've
want
turned
me to
down,
start?
as long as you have turned down your background noise, yes.
There's nothing here going on. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. We are still getting some echo on that end. Can all users other than the person trying to provide public comment right now, please mute yourselves?
Is that better?
Yes, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. Sorry for all of this. Again, I'm Carla Sarvis, and I represent a large neighborhood group of 27 people who strongly support this appeal. You want me to start? Oh, the Lord. I'm sorry, there's so much echo. Okay, I'm just going to jump to an important part. The BLA and the subdivision are not separate in their intent nor their final consequences. It is clear, Board of Supervisors.
We are still getting some echo on that end.
Oh, Lord.
Just turn your speakers all the way off.
All users other than
It's
the person
them.
provide public comment right now.
Hello? I'm not going to have any time. Can I continue?
One moment, you will get your time. We aren't having any feedback in here. All of our microphones here in chambers are not on. It does sound like if you're watching the YouTube video in your background, if anybody else on Zoom is currently unmuted, you will need to mute your microphones. So if you're playing the video in the background, please turn it down or pause it, and then that feedback will go away.
Okay, oh gosh, I don't know how to get out of this picture here.
You can press escape on your keyboard.
Okay, okay, hang on. Oh shit, did I lose you?
No,
Oh, no.
we're still here. We're gonna go ahead and go to another caller real quick, and then we'll come back to you.
Up next will be Colin Morrow.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Colin Morrow. I'm an attorney here on behalf of Bill Shiva. I just want to comment on a few points made in County Council's memorandum that I disagree with. A functional import, the reason that this boundary line adjustment is preceding a already filed subdivision application is to take that subdivision application out of the coastal development permit process, which would provide more protections to the environment, more protections to the community. Because of that, it's very important to look at the environmental impacts at this early stage. And I fundamentally disagree with County Council's memorandum insofar as it suggests that piecemealing only occurs when later steps are an inescapable consequence of earlier steps. The main case cited by County Council, Pollock v. Department of Water Resources, makes clear that piecemealing occurs anytime that something's a reasonably foreseeable consequence of the first activity, a future expansion of the first activity, or that both activities are integral parts of the same project. And that's really what we have here, is this is a boundary line adjustment to allow the subdivision to escape the coastal development process. This is a very small neighborhood, it's a quiet neighborhood, and 11 new units in it is a significant impact. And the coastal development process is simply far better equipped to provide the protections that this community needs and desires. So on that point, I really think it's important that an environmental evaluation of what's happening be done at this point. There's a lot of very unique concerns here. This area is hydrologically connected to the Inglenook Fen. There was a car crushing operation on this property. There's hydrocarbons in the water while people depend on groundwater wells very nearby, including on immediately neighboring properties. And there's biological points of concern. There's bishop pine soils. So with those points considered, the coastal development process is far better equipped to provide the protections that are really necessary here. And I would encourage the board to deny this project as inconsistent with the general plan and lacking adequate environmental review. Thank you.
Okay, so now we are going to go back to Carla Sarvis.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
My name is Carla Sarvis. I represent a large neighborhood group of 27 people who strongly support this appeal. I have already written that this project runs contrary to 4 chapters in the county's land use plan. Today, I address County Deputy Council's memorandum to the board. County Council states the proposed subdivision could have gone forward without a boundary line adjustment, and that the boundary line adjustment is not the first step in a causally related series of events. We argue that is not the case and present these facts. Number 1, in the subdivision application on sheet A, number 20, Swithenbank writes, quote, concurrently with the processing of this subdivision, owner is processing a coastal boundary line adjustment, recognizing that the subdivision approval will be conditioned upon completion of the boundary line adjustment. Number 2, on the form he also writes, concurrently the owner is processing a boundary line adjustment to ensure that the entirety of the proposed major subdivision resides in the inland zone. And 3, Swithenbank's own submitted lot map in the subdivision application states and reflects a new boundary line adjustment. So the BLA and the subdivision are not separate in their intent nor their final consequences. It is clear that the future phase is a consequence of the initial project, and the initial project is an integral part of a larger project. As in the case of Laurel Heights, it finds that future phases must be reviewed at the onset if the future phase is a reasonably foreseeable consequence of the initial project. Supervisor Jurdy, this alone demands that the Board of Supervisors' consideration of this appeal should encompass the whole project. And the whole project has a history fraught with disingenuous statements, application omissions, property violations, a stunning lack of environmental sustainability or best practices with the adjacent neighborhood. You must not deny the appeal when you haven't taken into consideration the whole project. And as residents of Cleone, we implore your support in our efforts to protect our neighborhood and urge the board to support the appeal of the BLA. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, so we've had the public hearing and we've had public comment on the proposed findings that were prepared by staff. Would someone like to make a motion? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move the recommended action as listed in our ASR to adopt the decision-making required findings, modifying and affirming the coastal permit administrator's approval of the boundary line adjustment and denying the appeal.
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Supervisor Jurdy, what support would you like here on this item, having heard everything?
As I said, I think this is good planning to pull the properties that are out of the coastal zone into one parcel, parts of the property that are in the coastal zone into a single parcel. The concerns about water need to be addressed, in my opinion, prior to a vote by the Planning Commission on any proposed rezoning. And even though that is not traditionally the county's practice, in this particular zoning district, I think that's appropriate that the drought concerns countywide kind of mandate that the county really needs to have a hydrological study prior to the Planning Commission voting on any subdivision. And I think that's the appropriate way to address the water concerns. Supervisor McGordy.
So what happens if we if things were left the way that they are now and a lot line adjustment isn't made? What's the implication for landowners?
What would happen is staff could reply to that.
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, if I could just clarify the question. The Supervisor McGordy is asking what would happen if the lot line adjustment is not granted?
Yes. And what are the implications for subdivision?
I believe that'd be up to the applicant to see how they want to go forward with that and how they would consider that portion of the one parcel that would be remaining within the coastal zone. That being said, any application regarding that parcel would not trigger a CDP for the entirety of the parcel, but just the portion within the coastal zone. But so there would still be the potential for subdivision even without the lot line adjustment.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Christian Curtis, County Counsel, I may ask Mr. Kudrowski to speak to whether that would make any changes to the meaningful number of parcels that could be created through subdivision. I would just note the primary difference that it would make between having an alignment that lines up with the two zoning districts is that it may be more difficult and create more complications in terms of how to process permits for subdivision for two parcels that are both of two different zoning areas, both inside and outside the coastal zone, versus processing any permits, regardless of whether we're talking about subdivision or any other type of permit that are for one parcel that is clearly in and one parcel that is clearly out.
Deputy County Counsel, just to follow up on that, the memo went through the analysis that 11 parcels could still be created on the parcel that is predominantly within the inland zone with or without lot line adjustment.
Okay, can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
No.
and Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries with Supervisor McGordy dissenting.
Okay, we have, I think we should probably take a quick break before we go to code enforcement, which is item 5F. So looking to clerk of the board, would that be advisable to take a quick break at this point?
Sure.
Okay, so it's 2:50. We'll resume by 3 o'clock. Now on item 5F, which is an update from Planning and Building on code enforcement.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board, CEO, Council, and Community. This is John Burks, your Code Enforcement Supervisor. Attached with this presentation today, you'll see a couple of items, one of which is a memo with an update about our current code enforcement activities, one that you would typically see attached in the CEO report, and answers to questions posed by the board in the August 17th meeting during the CEO report, including information regarding law enforcement referrals, cannabis program complaints and referrals, and penalties related to cannabis enforcement. You'll also see a data sheet specifically for Supervisor Williams. My apologies that when the spreadsheet was converted to PDF, the information was split into 2 pages, but this also would include amounts for cannabis penalties issued and penalties collected so far. There's also 4 bar graphs with the information charted over time. These would be non-cannabis complaints, non-permitted cannabis complaints, in-program complaints, and a penalty-specific graph. In the interest of time, would the board prefer that I present a little information on each of these in detail, or would you like to just look them over and ask questions and provide feedback and then direction of how you'd like this information communicated in the future? What would be best?
Supervisor McGorty.
I'd like you to walk us through it, please.
You bet. All right, so if we go to the bar graphs, I think that would be the best place to start, but if anybody has any other suggestions, please just let me know. So you'll see here in the non-cannabis complaints, we have listed the total number of complaints on the left, and then each of these are spread out over the past 4 months. So if you look at the far right portion of the bar graph, you'll see safety, building, zoning, and nuisance complaints. And then you can sort of track the year-to-date total in each of those columns as they increase on a monthly basis. So hopefully that provides some general information.
John, do you have the ability to share your screen?
Yes, I'm sorry. That'd be almost too good. Let's see. How's that?
Thank you. It's on the screen now.
Yeah, Chair, is that okay? Is that better?
Yeah, I think it's helpful for people at home. Supervisor Heshek, you have a question or comment?
Yes, I do. Thank you. When I look at these charts, it looks like there's increasing problems because it's a total, right? It's the ongoing year-to-date total instead of month by month. And I think for me, looking at all of these graphs, it would help out more if I could just see it month by month instead of the year-to-date total.
Yeah, we can certainly accommodate that. Absolutely. Take some notes as we go along here.
Okay, John. If you could just walk us in the public through your presentation, that'd be great.
Absolutely. So very few MHRB complaints year to date, not a lot of stormwater. Health order violations, pretty consistent, not a lot on a monthly basis. That would basically, the monthly basis would be reflected in those steps. Abandoned vehicles, pretty consistent. And then also our traditional complaints, they're up a little bit this year compared to last year, as reflected, or almost to 300. Our total complaints, especially as it pertains to cannabis, are way up in general. But let's see if we can cover that on the next slide. So this slide is the non-permitted cannabis complaints, and you'll see the outcomes of each of these complaints or where they're at in the process. So if you added all the yellow bars together, that would give you the total year to date of all of them. Otherwise, each little section with the bars will represent what we've done on a monthly basis for the outcome of the complaint. And so I hope that that makes sense. So we're still investigating just a little over 160. We've determined that just slightly less than 40 were not as reported. Abated with compliance, code enforcement made contact. The responsible party said no problem, and then they either abated the amount over the exemption or perhaps abated it in its totality, depending on the situation. Just under 40 were issued a notice of violation if they were not going to comply upon initial contact. And then the next step in that process would be the administrative citation, depending on the circumstances. With the recent changes to 1.08, we can go right to citation on certain cannabis cases, and we have done that if the circumstance warrants that. So that, but that's total. That's whether they received a notice of violation or not. And then referred to law enforcement is just a little over 100 at the moment, and those, of course, would be ones that may have a criminal element, some extenuating circumstances that would not be appropriate for non-peace officers to address, ruin the potential for a criminal investigation by engaging them prior to the sheriff having an opportunity to look at it. I see that there's some hand raised.
Yeah. Supervisor Hashaki, did you have your hand raised, or was that just?
Oh, sorry, but I do have a question. Thank you, John, for this information. Do you have this broken out by geographic area at all?
Not handy, but I'm sure that we could.
You could do that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Great. Supervisor Williams?
On the right side, the group of bars that are referred to law enforcement, is it possible to add another group of the outcome of they were referred to law enforcement and either they were unsubstantiated and thrown out or there was some follow through? And I think we're probably following through, but I get a lot of complaints and I usually say you need to contact code enforcement. And then people come back a month or two later and they say, hey, I filed a complaint, nothing ever happened, your county has no follow through. I don't think that's true, but I think it's very difficult for people to connect the dots from the time they filed the complaint to something happened to address the problem. What do you recommend? I'm thinking another column that shows result, but maybe you have a better idea.
Sure. Well, actually, a big part of this presentation is an exercise in learning what the best way to present the information for both you and the community. Ultimately, I think showing it to you and letting you take it in organically and give us feedback on how we can better present to inform the community is absolutely vital in this process. So through the chair, to answer Supervisor Williams' question, typically we won't include the outcomes of law enforcement for a few different reasons. I can refer you to the memo. We kind of lightly describe some of the circumstances that happen with that. If there's, the potential for criminal investigation, that's very time consuming. Typically code enforcement's not included in that. Now with our enhanced cannabis enforcement plan, we'll be working, in better lockstep with the comment unit. So we may have an indication of what those are, but typically code wouldn't report those out. Another kind of example of that is if code enforcement and the sheriff's office participate in a joint effort for enforcement, we would defer to the sheriff in terms of a press release or information distribution, only because as sort of the regulatory arm, we don't want to step on any of the potential,
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I wonder if we could show it on the aggregate, not specific to any open case, but out of 108, are half of those resolved a month later or 6 months later?
Yeah, I can work with them to see if there's information that they feel comfortable providing.
And then the other question is not about our favorite subject of cannabis. It's about hip camp. Do you know what hip camp is?
I am very familiar with that.
Sort of like an Airbnb, but it's I don't know. I guess restrooms are just a hole in the ground, and there's campfires involved without clearance. I'm getting a lot of complaints about hip camp, and I share the concern. We have people in residential neighborhoods who, don't want out-of-towners showing up and lighting fires during unprecedented drought. It's like, what could go wrong? What guidance can you give us on tracking those? And is there anything the board needs to do as a blanket policy to mitigate the need for individual complaints. Should we be taking up campfires during the drought?
Well, no, and I think that at least with the hip camp related complaints and investigations that I've dealt with so far, they're all very unique to the property, what's allowed via your local use permit. I think that some clarifying code or law may be appropriate from the board. I would like to defer to either the Nash Gonzalez, the interim director of planning and building, or council to weigh in on that. Just as of now, code enforcement deals with these on a complaint by complaint basis. So maybe some further, clarity would be, needed at this time.
Through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, if I could weigh in on this. This seems to be an ongoing issue. And one of the items that is on the consent calendar today is for the board to approve a contract for a zoning code update. And these are some of the issues that we will be tackling with the update to the zoning ordinance. These things were not in the county, or at least visible to the public 30, 40 years ago when the zoning code was adopted. But I think a lot of these things, including Airbnbs and so on, really need a look at under the new zoning ordinance. So this is one of those items that we've taken note. It will need to be looked at, and then the information will be brought back to the board as to how the board wants to handle that in an ordinance. But we have a number of items that we want to look at.
Ash, if I could follow up on that, what would be the rough time frame for when the consultant would be on board to assist with updating the land use code?
If I may, Chair Jurdy, the idea is to get the consultant on board in the next couple of weeks. And this is actually an item that will probably take 18 months to go through the process, because we'll do some public outreach. We'll have to go to the Planning Commission and ultimately to the board, but we want to do some outreach meetings out there to the community. I believe through the LEAP grant process, because we're also going to take a look at inclusionary housing and some of the housing bills that have been passed recently and tie these into the zoning ordinance update. I believe our timelines take us to 2023 to make sure that this is done. So we're actually trying to target 18 months from now to have at least a doable, workable code that we can bring forward to the Planning Commission.
So Nash, that sounds good. I'm supportive. Do we need an urgency ordinance to halt campfires in the interim? I'm worried that we have a really dry climate right now, and the idea of people from out of the area who don't know local conditions lighting fires doesn't set well.
If I may, through the chair, this is something that I would probably defer to County Council, and it may take some work with the fire agencies and CAL FIRE, but I know that a lot of the fire districts do not allow open fires at this point in time. As of May, when fire season kicked in, the board may want to do that as well under an urgency ordinance, so that it basically becomes a violation.
Chair, is that something we could refer to County Council or see if there's support?
Yeah, I would support that. Supervisor McGorty, is your hand raised relating to this or to something else?
No, it's related to this, because the other issue we have here in the first district is people who are shooting at metal targets in the afternoon in dry grass, and we've had some fires start from that. And I'm wondering if that qualifies as a kind of a nuisance ordinance thing too. There's certain things you shouldn't do in the afternoon. I don't think it's a good idea to be grinding metal or welding things on machinery or shooting at targets or having fires. I mean, you think people would understand that, but sometimes they don't seem to. And the consequences are dire if something gets loose in the neighborhood. So I would really like some feedback from Councilor Curtis if he has any thoughts on this. Do we really need an ordinance for this, or is it already covered under? Well, this whole issue is something that is critical right now.
if I may, through the chair, before council chimes in, um, to address Supervisor McGordy's concern, there is an ordinance already on the books dealing with discharge of firearms in the county. And I believe law enforcement enforces that aspect of it. And I believe it deals with how close you can to a residence and so on. But I'm not sure whether it regulates what time of the year and whether you can during a drought or not. And for that, I think, council needs to weigh in on what those issues are. But as far as the HIP camp itself, that's something that the board can actually do an ordinance, an urgency ordinance, or a moratorium until such time as the zoning code comes live. And again, I will defer to council on that.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Christian Curtis, County Council, just a few things. There were sort of a handful of questions there. One had to do with the ability of the board to enact some sort of urgency ordinance limiting campfires, outdoor flames. I think you're probably going to be able to do that. We would want to look briefly at whether there's any preemption issues in terms of state agencies having exclusive authority, but my hunch is probably the answer is going to be that the board does have the ability to go ahead and enact something. So if the board wants us to bring back an item, we could certainly draft something and bring it back for a future agenda. In terms of the possibility of a moratorium on the short-term rentals or the I guess I'm not quite sure what to call them, but the essentially small-scale unlicensed campgrounds. There may be some ability to impose some restrictions there. I am aware that the Coastal Commission had weighed in a while ago on a local moratorium on short-term rentals. I would want to sort of brush up on the result of that, some of the research, to see if there's anything that would limit the ability of the board to impose a moratorium in the coastal zone. But again, that might need to be a future item. If that's something planning and building, I think planning and building was the one raising that possibility. We could certainly work with them if they want to go that route to help bring something forward. And then I think the third question that I'd heard there was from Supervisor McGordy with respect to whether or not the discharge of a firearm at a metal target in a drought condition might end up being a nuisance. I will give you the sort of definitive lawyer answer, which is maybe. It's going to depend a lot on the specific circumstances. Nuisance law is sort of intentionally vague and is structured to get at sort of the totality of the circumstances and the risks that are presented. So there may well be situations in which sort of the irresponsible creation of a fire risk may constitute a nuisance that may be addressed under current laws. That being said, if the board wanted to impose objective standards as opposed to just relying on nuisance law and sort of whether or not the totality of the circumstances are creating a sufficient risk for there to be a nuisance and a danger to the neighboring properties, the board could certainly enact an ordinance that would impose some sort of objective standards that or specific requirements. And I would just recommend, if that's the way the board wants to go on that issue, again, that may be more appropriate for a future item coming forward. But in many ways, I find that objective standards are often, well, they aren't going to address everything. They can often be a lot easier to enforce and easier to determine whether or not someone is in compliance with.
Thanks, Supervisor Williams, and then John Burks.
Yeah, so I support all of that, but I would like the focus, if we have to choose, I would like the focus to be on immediately banning all open flames, including warming fires, cook fires, religious burns, those types of burns that state statute seems to allow, and require that lodging properties have a restroom approved by environmental health and be enrolled to collect TOT. And I think that may curb the problem for this season.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I could add sort of a comment, as making code enforcement the mechanism in which any potential future ordinances enforced, there's already existing jurisdiction from fire agencies about open fires, especially when they're banned, and making code enforcement a mechanism to go after that is kind of tricky. Like Council Curtis had mentioned, if it's maintaining a nuisance, typically if our response time is a few weeks compared to like first responders that can, respond to these immediately and have an impact and can enter, properties for safety reasons, that might be more appropriate, through a regulatory enforcement perspective. I don't know that we would be the best mechanism. I'm certainly willing to resolve, any potential problems. I just wanted to say that out loud so that at least it was, on the record.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGorty, then Interim Director Nash Gonzalez.
So already the fire department here locally, the Ukiah Valley Fire Department, will respond if someone is illegally burning or doing something that is potentially dangerous. So I think that they're set up very well for quick response. So I don't know, Ed, in your district, how things are handled, but certainly we take fire real seriously here. So if we see something that is a problem, people can call it in. The fire department generally is pretty good about responding.
Nash?
If I may, just something I want to point out, it's a comment that Christian made regarding looking into the various state laws and so on, but I just wanted to go ahead and point out that vacation home rentals, the Coastal Commission sees these as affordable type of access to the coast. So this would be something that, again, council and us would need to look at, because we can't just prohibit these things as is now. We'd have to take a look at them. But I think the concern that I'm hearing from the board is the fire, the open flames. And I think, as the county council noted, that is something that the board could create objective standards and limit these or prohibit these during the drought. But I just wanted to go ahead and point that out on the access to the coast.
And Nash, when I go to hipcamp.com and I put in Mendocino County, I see 324 campsites available. And when I read through the post and look at the photos, I see that these are set up for fire, and most of them don't seem to have approved restrooms. And I don't think most are paying the TOT. It looks like a free-for-all. And I know that Coastal Commission sees visitor services as the #1 priority over local residents, but that's just in a small strip of coastal. I see these 324 spread across the county. Out of 324, if one of those fires gets out of control, we could lose a town.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And again, a lot of these may not have the appropriate permits. And so one possibility is to enact a moratorium to not allow these to be established without some type of a permit. I mean, right now we would look at them as a campground, and they would need a conditional use permit to establish in most zoning districts. And we're not seeing conditional use permits for campgrounds. So I'm almost going to guess that a lot of these are established illegally without permits.
Thanks. Supervisor Mulhern, then Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you. Just on the subject of the HIP camps, it does seem as though that whether or not you can have a fire is just a field that the owner puts in themselves. And I just wanted to make sure that staff and the board knew that the Air Quality District has a full one sheet about open burning. And maybe for some of these, which actually the names of the HIP camps are recognizable, and perhaps you can email them and just let them know that there is no burning and they need to change that field. That won't solve the restroom problem and the other problems. It sounds like it's going to take us longer to deal with. But as far as fire season this year, there is a conversation that can be had with these folks.
Thanks. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. So to Nash, it sounds like that we do have, requirements for these HIP camps, that they need to have a land use permit, and it's not happening in 99% of the cases probably. So how do we deal with that? Through code enforcement, or what's the mechanism that we can kind of look at what's happening out there?
If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, interim director, to answer Supervisor Haschek's question is that most of these are going to be unpermitted. And what happens here is you cannot rent out a campsite legally outside of a permitted campground. So it has to be a permitted campground. And there's only a limited number of campgrounds that were established 30, 40 years ago in the county with permits, with conditional use permits. So a lot of these are now starting to pop up without the appropriate permits. And so the appropriate mechanism would be to work through code enforcement to try to abate these types of uses. They would be given the opportunity to come in and abate. They would be given the opportunity to apply for a conditional use permit and go through that process. Obviously, if it's in the coastal zone, it requires a CDP. So we're likely to see a lot of these abate once they're told what the process is. And then there's a lot of these that are going to be problematic because they won't abate. And so we're going to have to just go through that process. The other thing too is, as Supervisor Williams points out, is perhaps there's a lot of these that are not paying TOT and maybe they're advertising. And again, this would involve the tax collector probably doing a sweep of all of these to determine if there's TOT to be paid, and then having the tax collector go after these folks.
Well, that certainly seems appropriate.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, Nash, I mean, one option is I could fill out the complaint form 324 times. I was looking for a way the board could direct maybe one complaint from us to look at all of the sites, just to cut down on the processing. But if there's no other option, I'm happy to fill that out 324. I think John is right. Probably 99% of these are not legal. They don't have a restroom. I don't think they're paying the TOT, and somebody's going to get hurt. And so I'm looking for the shortest path to, even if it's just to send out a letter saying, hey, you need to get a use permit before you continue.
If I may, through the chair, Supervisor Williams' question, I think what needs to happen here is a directive from the board to both planning and building and the tax collector to work cooperatively to look at these HIP camps and deal with the violations. I mean, the tax collector would definitely deal with the TOT. That's something we don't do, but we would look at the land use issue aspect of it. And then if there's an issue with fires, again, the Air Quality Management District can be brought into this, as well as the local fire agencies.
Sounds good. Chair, can we give that direction?
Yeah, do you see a hand raised, clerk of the board?
Thank you, if I may, Mr. Chair. Christian Curtis, County Council. I do want to highlight that there's potentially sort of a resource limitation issue here. I actually first became aware of HIT Camp, I think a few years ago, because we were dealing with code enforcement issues related to unpermitted camping, and that was specifically sort of the tool that was being used at that time. And that's actually something that took a great deal of the time of one of the deputies in my office was dealing with some of those enforcement related issues, and how do we tackle that. The board has sort of given some other priorities to our code enforcement efforts, both related to cannabis, some things related to health order violations. I think that you may find I don't mean to suggest that this isn't important, but I think you're going to if everything is sort of top priority, then nothing is top priority. So I would suggest that you may want to give a little bit of thought as to how you're going to be allocating those resources between, say, cannabis enforcement, illegal camping, and other sorts of issues.
So I want to call Nash, but before I want to ask a question. If the Air District, which has not been given a significant number of tasks by the board, unlike planning and building, if the Air District was asked to contact all the HIP camp sites that have advertised fire pits, and they were the ones doing the outreach to the HIP camp operators to shut down their fire pits without a permit, and that even a permit from the Air District doesn't constitute permission to operate the HIP camp, let alone the fact that TOT, of course, would be owed for any overnight stays. Would that be a small enough burden in the short term, but still get some short-term results in terms of shutting down the fire pits? So
I would support that, Chair Jurdy. My primary concern is fire, and then I guess number two is human waste on the ground. But I think fire is really critical because it can impact the whole community. And by the time somebody calls it in, it may be too late. So air quality, I think that would be a great place. The other is maybe a request to the tax collector to look at how many of these 324 are collecting taxes. For one thing, the campground tax, private campgrounds, is to go to fire districts. So you might have 324 spaces, collecting what looks like $45 to $60 a night. They could be contributing to local fire services.
Yeah, so go to Nash if you have a comment on that, but just I was trying to think of what could be done in the short term versus more longer term with ordinance amendments. Go ahead.
If I may, Chair Jurdy, I think this is one of those items that the board has to take, like as County Council mentioned, prioritize. I mean, we've got other items in the hopper. I think you've got the air district, the fire districts, code enforcement, environmental health because of the toilets. So there's a number of different agencies that are involved here, including the tax collector. And I think the board needs to determine what priority these take, and do they take first priority over cannabis? Do they take first priority over other types of enforcement issues? Because again, we do have limited resources. I mean, it seems like 320 might be something small, but it's going to take some time to do the investigative work.
I understood. That was my suggestion for at least the air district to take on that initial task before these other items come. Going back to the clerk of the board's office.
Yeah. Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. I think that certainly it makes sense to look at air quality, though I have to say they have, on a good day, a dozen staff themselves. So they're not a highly staffed department. So I would ask that if the board is serious about directing air quality on this task, that we start with having the discussion with Barbara as to what their resources are and what their needs are. So, they have less staff than the planning department. So that's my only concern, that we're going to be impacting a department that has other priorities as well. If this board would like, we could start with, my office could contact Barbara Moad and have the discussion as to what their resources are, what they need. And we certainly could have her speak to the board at the next meeting if you'd like that.
I would, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, that sounds fine. The low-hanging fruit may be an urgency ordinance to ban all fires, no outdoor fires. And that way it's just cut and dry. If there's a fire, call 911 and we can address it. It was an illegal burn. But I at this point, I don't think we should have any fires outside. And yeah, we will have illegal camping. It'll go on for some time. We don't have the resources, but at least we won't burn a community to the ground.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I would agree with that. And also, if it just in regards to the HIP camps specifically, if our staff doesn't have capacity, perhaps we need to look at the company by Granicus that did the review of the TOT and the Airbnbs in the past. I mean, there are other resources that can do this very comprehensively and probably much more efficiently than it sounds like we're able to do ourselves.
Supervisor Hashai.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I would totally agree with that, because the conferences I've been at with CSAC, there's all these companies that are providing these services. And if HipCamp has a database of what they're renting out, it should be pretty easy to query that and figure out what's going on and tax them. And I think that the fire is a real concern.
Okay, so I think we've got board direction for the CEO's office to contact the air district staff to see about their taking that initial step of trying to shut down the fire pits, outdoor burns. John, was there more to your presentation you wanted to give to the board?
Yes, if I could just go through it fairly quickly, and maybe a bit of helpful information, since we're talking about code enforcement as a whole. The best code enforcement officers, the very best, can do about 150 cases a year. So if you look at Supervisor Williams, if I may, I believe you said there's 300 and something. So in terms of, allocating resources from code enforcement, that's something that is helpful in determining how many additional resources it would take if we were to take it on as a division and prioritize it in some capacity. So you're looking at, maybe 1 or 2 officers, the vehicles, and then we can take that into account. Similarly to how we did the enhanced cannabis enforcement plan, where we come up with a strategy, we come up with a timeline, where we identify exactly what the expectations are at an early stage, and how we can interact with it, bearing in mind that, we need to acquire the resources, staff train, and so on and so forth. So we're more than willing to assist in that process to help both the community and the board understand, typically what these look like, because there's a bit of planning that would be required, but we could do it quickly if need be. So with that, I'd like to just go ahead and move on to the next slide, if I may, unless there's anything else on that subject. Okay. So what we're looking at, hopefully everyone can still see it, is the in-program cannabis complaints. This is going to look different than the other ones, of course, because our Mendocino cannabis program and the applicants and the people who have issued permits typically are a lot more responsive. So identifying, what violations may exist, and then also, entering in some sort of compliance agreement per, 10A17 and all of that, the sort of enforcement mechanisms, of course, go way down. We haven't even done a citation. It's not been needed in this case. So we're addressing some of those. It's a little investigation heavy because typically the sites are, fairly big and there's a lot of moving parts. So that's this particular slide. And then the last slide is the penalties. Actually, I think it might read a little bit better in the spreadsheet. Only to make the bar graph work, we had to do some multiplication. It's not my favorite, but I'm certainly open to feedback in terms of how I can make this translate better. You can see the number of citations issued for commercial cannabis cultivation. Now, this doesn't include any of the other code enforcement activities. We wanted to keep it kind of cannabis centric, plus an update. So it mirrors the CEO report that we normally submit. Quite often, we'll get compliance right away, but then as these, penalties, move forward, that's when we start into the administrative process, and it takes quite a bit of time. So there's going to be typically, and this has been this way for a long time, the penalties collected versus what we've issued. There's going to be a big discrepancy. Actually, in terms of percentage, we've increased in terms of our ability to collect this year versus last year. It's just, while we sort through that process, it's going to be that way, I think. So other than the bar graphs and the Excel spreadsheet and the memo, I'm happy to clarify or take more feedback.
Any questions, Supervisor Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it is unfortunate the way that the spreadsheet got agendized, because it does a little bit hard to read. I did have a question about the last 3 months, and the data hasn't changed, and it doesn't seem like there's been, perhaps there hasn't been enforcement. Can you help describe what's been happening in the last 3 months?
Yeah, absolutely. So depending on how we adjust those priorities, what you're typically going to see reflected on this are the code enforcement led activities, whereas we participated in several law enforcement actions recently that sort of took priority over, ours. So in terms of what I'm able to present to you today is going to look as if it's stalled out. So basically the ones that code enforcement initiated are in some sort of administrative process at the time, whereas we won't signal some of the larger actions that we participated in just yet in terms of a press release from us, or chart that data until it comes to some sort of natural resolution, especially if there's a criminal investigation. So you'll notice sometimes when when California Department of Fish and Wildlife or the Sheriff's Office issues a press release, they'll mention code enforcement, that we participated in that. Typically we leave it at that. So that's kind of where we're at. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I would just, if we're going to have the same thing happening in future reports, it would be great if you could note that there was no change because we were working with law enforcement on these items. That would be helpful. Thank you.
And I'm really hoping that what will happen is, as we're staffing up to do the enhanced cannabis enforcement plan, one of the major components is transparency, the news releases. You'd actually mentioned that, I think, in the August 17th, meeting. So as we were, becoming available to do that, we've tried to put out some news releases recently. And I think we'll have a much better ability to track all of this because we're going to have some administrative staff. We're going to have some more code enforcement officers doing the work. So I think it's all for the positive. We're just in the growing pains where it's still just the 6 of us. But on Monday, we'll have 3 more code enforcement officers. We've had some administrative staff come on board, a staff 3 and an administrative assistant. We have an acting supervisor now who's really very good. Everything is really headed in the right direction, I believe, and you'll see those results as everybody comes online per the plan.
John, for clarification on this chart, it says amount of penalties issued, and then it says times 100. Is that $100,000?
Correct. Yeah. So we're looking at just under $2.5 million in penalties or citations that were issued.
Okay, got it. And then the collection would be just over, I guess, 100,000.
Correct. Yeah, just over 100,000.
Okay. Maybe just as you perfect this chart in future presentations, you could maybe put the dollar figures there, or just the dollar sign to clarify that. Supervisor Hashek?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So I guess I'm trying to get a hold of this chart. If you go back to the previous one, it shows, the number of investigations going up. And then you go to the one we were just at. And so what I see is this as being 0 increase from those 2 months, August to September, and 0 here, for compliance achieved, penalties, no more penalties issued, and nothing more collected. So, I know that you're working with law enforcement on this, but it seems like it should be going up, shouldn't it?
Well, ideally, no. We've been getting a lot more compliance. If we're doing our job, then we shouldn't need to go to put penalty collection. Hopefully the community's working with us and they're voluntarily abating. And that we've been, honestly, when we did some bigger citations earlier in the summer, that had a tremendous impact on what we do. I think that as you'll see our capacity increase, because we only have 2 cannabis, field personnel working. And as we move into these deeper administrative areas where there's, negotiations for settlement, there's compliance plans, there's a lot of moving pieces, they get occupied and we can't get out as much as we'd like to increase those. But I have to say, we've still had, I think it's 25,000 abated, plants, a couple hundred at a time. And so I think our effectiveness is actually increasing. So I hope that these don't go up. If we need to use that as an enforcement tool, we certainly will. And as we have better capacity, I think you will see them increase. But eventually, if we mirror what Humboldt's done, I don't know that they've collected any civil penalties this past year.
John, just as a follow-up to Supervisor Hashek's question, maybe it's just the way the chart is worded, but if you go to that second column, it's cannabis compliance achieved. You're saying that the department is getting more compliance, therefore there's not the need for citations. Is there another column that needs to be added to this chart that reflects that? Because it's showing it's holding steady at 10 cannabis compliance achieved. So where does the chart show the increase in compliance that you're talking about?
So actually, I just generally speaking, upon initial contact from code enforcement, if we say, hey, look, the cannabis that you're cultivating in a commercial amount above the exemption, you can't have it. Here are your options. The community responds by then, abating them, immediately to get into compliance. Therefore, there's no need to move forward with any type of citation. So actually, I've got some good news as it pertains to this particular penalty chart. We have almost total compliance now. So every time that we have had to take the additional step of the administrative citation, they've then abated the problem. And then it moves into a different category where, they're just waiting to get permits for the infrastructure, whether that be a demo or to legalize it. And then we're settling or attempting to settle or collect the penalties as we've issued them. So this chart says cannabis compliance achieved after the citation was issued, that's going to be closer to the actual amount. It looks like there's about 18 there, and we have 15, maybe even all of them by now. So as we've engaged them, they've abated the problem. They've said, hey, we get it. And then we'll work on sort of the back end of that where we're, figuring out the penalty portion of it. And then, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So I guess the question is should there be one additional column, maybe not on this chart, maybe it's on a different page, but if you go back to the previous slide where it shows the complaints coming in, it sounds like you're saying there's a step that the code enforcement takes before it gets to that next page where you're getting compliance, and perhaps what this presentation needs in future presentations is something that shows that sort of initial contact by code enforcement resulting in compliance that doesn't require going to a citation. So maybe that's what's missing from this presentation.
So right here in our non-permitted cannabis complaint chart, you'll see abated with compliance. Looks like there's about 65 on there. Those are all the ones that we made the contact and abated, any potential cannabis violation immediately. So hopefully that's encapsulated. So what I wanted to show though, and maybe you could help me figure out how to communicate it better, is that under the penalty section that we're still actually getting compliance. And so far, nobody's said, you know what, to heck with you, I'm not cutting it down. I'm just going to do it's always actually, we've been able to get some engagement. Yeah, we had to, issue a citation to get them to the table, but we're still getting compliance, which ultimately is our primary objective, no matter what moving forward. So we do have those reflected outside of the citations. So I guess the citations you see on this particular bar graph are expanded in the fourth bar graph to say, well, what's happening with those? Because you see them on there, but what does it mean? I guess is what I was trying to communicate.
Okay, just sort of looking to other board members, is that clear in the presentation, or do they want further clarity? Supervisor Hashak?
Oh, I didn't have my hand up, but I guess I'm a little confused on it, but I'll take it offline.
Okay, John. Was there further items you'd like to present?
No, I have a list of the comments that were made, and I mean, please, if any board members or the executive office or council or anybody or the community members have feedback on how we can better communicate this, it'll be a living, breathing thing for some time while we're staffing up and figure out how to best communicate this so it's clear. Maybe we need to do that through the website. Maybe Supervisor Williams, I know he's really into the data, as he mentioned last time. He might take this on as a special project. Maybe we could look into that. So yeah, we're open to suggestions, and we want to make this right by the community.
John, I really appreciate the effort you put into this, and I'm willing to reach out one-on-one to see if we can come up with any ideas how to better annotate it. But I think it's a great start.
I'll take everything I can get.
Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
We have one public comment. On the line, we have Ron Edwards.
You can begin speaking, Ron.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can.
Very good presentation. I think that what I'm seeing, and I'm not really getting clarity on it, would be that if we could, if it's under 20 plants, maybe have a notation on the acreage that was on, because we're seeing these 5, 9 abatements. And I think that would be helpful, and maybe some point in the future might need to relook at that minimum outdoor size. I think that would be very helpful to the public. I know I would appreciate knowing that to get some understanding of these 5 plant eradications. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
All right. Well, thank you, John. And any final comments, John?
Yes, if I may, to just respond to that general comment, because we did get a lot of feedback when we put out our news releases, why the small amounts, and quite often what we find is that it's in the setbacks. It's in violation of sort of the 10A17 requirements. Frequently, like, let's say an example, actually the 5 plan example was they were 5 over the exemption limit and abated the 5 and were able to maintain, the remaining square footage per the code. And it seems like that's a pretty common theme. A lot of people will cultivate in much smaller parcels, and we'll try to figure out a way to communicate that better. But just so the community is aware, we're not seeking these out. Was we let the community tell us what the community quality of life problem is between the smell, the pollution concerns, water, all of those type of things sort of drive us to take care of these neighborhood style cultivations that it's really not appropriate where they're located per the law. Then we'll have them comply. So if there's any alterations to 10A17 that change that, we'll obviously be open to enforcing that. But in the meantime, if the community does let us know that there's a problem, we'll address it for the 10A17 exemption requirements.
Great. Well, thank you. And thanks for all the work, code enforcement, planning and building, all the partners in the county work together on this. And it's exciting to see some new staff coming on board with the code enforcement division. And look forward to additional updates in future meetings. Thanks. All right, that takes us to, we actually this morning we're trying to go to the CEO report, but we had technical difficulties. Looking to the CEO's office before we go to our last major item of the day. Are there some things in the CEO's report that you would like to go through pretty quickly, or should we go to the cannabis referendum ordinance first?
Chair Jurdy, CEO Angelo, yes, there are just a couple things I would like to be certain that the board is aware of. And if you look at the CEO report, there is a update from our Department of Transportation Director, Howard Dashiell, his director's report dated today. And on the second page of that, he talks about an update on community water supply replacement and response to drought. I would like to give Mr. Dashiell a couple minutes to talk with the board about this part of the CEO report. And if Mr. Dashiell is not on yet, then I would like to go to the cannabis update. As was mentioned, there's Mr. Dashiell. Okay, as was mentioned earlier this morning, there was the desire by community, by some of our community partners to see the cannabis report. And of course, we know the CEO report didn't go out till today. I would like to say that I have talked with our chief counsel about the CEO report. What's important is that when the CEO report goes out to the public, that it goes to the board at the same time. So that's what we've done, whether we've released it on the day that the agenda has been published, which is rare, I will say that, or whether we release it the day of the board meeting. Certainly, any member of the public can contact us at outside of the board meeting for any questions they have about the CEO report, or certainly bring it up at the next board meeting. Additionally, any of the department heads that attach a report to the CEO report, they could release that. They don't have to wait until the day of the board meeting or until the CEO report gets published to release that information. The only request to any department head that releases part of the CEO report, that basically releases their update, that also go to the board. So if an update goes to a community group or a community member, that they also send that update to the Board of Supervisors as well. And I think Christian has a comment.
Just one small correction, Mr. Chair. I think CEO Angela may have misspoke. the legal obligation under the Brown Act is that when the report go to the board, that it also be available to the public. I think the CEO may have said that backwards, but just to be clear, they really ought to be going to both at the same time.
I did say that backwards. Thank you for the clarification. But my point is that any department head that would like to release information to any member of the public is able to do so, even though that information will be attached to the CEO report. The request is if information is released to the public, that it is also sent to the Board of Supervisors as well. So with that, if I could go to Mr. Dashiell quickly for his comments. Thank you.
Yes, good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard Dashiell, your Director of Transportation. I want to make sure you can hear me. Yes, okay. So on page 20 of the CEO's report is the update on the water hauling. There's actually more news since this was written. There's good news. The good news is that we believe we've got well, I'm quite sure that I'll have another truck operating tomorrow. That'll be 2. There's a good possibility there'll be 2 more trucks operating tomorrow. That'll be 3. And we think a 4th is near. So I mentioned in the report that we would like to see a capacity per day of 45 to 49,000 gallons. And I think if we get these additional trucks, we're going to get that. I would say the bad news is, as we've taken on some of these additional companies, the pricing is a little different. It's a little complicated. I know the board gave direction to recover 20% of the county's cost to purchase and haul water in the case of commercial customers. I calculated that to be very close to 4 cents a gallon. And that's what we've had the haulers collecting and paying to Fort Bragg for them to rebate to the county. I think that these additional trucks will probably change that figure to 5 cents per gallon. But the good news is we're getting more capacity. I would say the other thing that's come up is the subsidy applies to residential 100% and to commercial at 80%. And apparently there are some storage tanks that supply both residential and commercial, and that has been a little difficult. I gave operational direction for the haulers to simply use the honor system with those customers and for them to give a fair breakout. But I guess if I would add on to this report, if there was anything the board wanted to add to that approach, I'd be glad to hear it. But possibly we could designate where there's a mixed use that they pay 2 or 3 cents a gallon. But that's my report. That's where we're at. Good news is we have more trucking capacity. Janelle Rao, the director at GSA, and her team have done a great job finding these vendors. And Darcy Antle, assistant CEO, and her fiscal team have done a real good job putting together the contracts. So we're delivering water. And with that, I'll take questions.
Okay. Supervisor Williams, then Supervisor Hashak, then Supervisor McGorty. Ted, your audio is off.
Oh, how about that? My questions were actually for the CEO. Do you want me to go ahead or hold? I'll go ahead, I guess. Your audio's off. So CEO Angelo, if you would have just put September 15th on your report, you would have the earliest report release ever. Maybe instead of, if we're this close, we should treat it as a report for the following meeting. Would like to read the report tonight, digest it, and when we come back next time, I may have some questions. The one question I have about the report today is the idea of attaching a up-to-date revenue and expenses report. Did we get anywhere with that?
Through the chair, Supervisor Williams, we are waiting for the auditor's office to close the books so that we could get those numbers. And they are a little short-staffed at this point, and so it's taking a little while. But that's why you don't have those numbers. I think that the general public doesn't understand that any numbers that we present are really dependent on numbers from the auditor's office. So once we get that information, we will be able to have that information for the CEO report and for the board.
I understand that. Is it possible for the board to formally request the auditor provide this every meeting? Because it seems like we've just gone over and over trying to get it, and either the books aren't open or they're closed or they're lost, or there's always a reason why we can't. And there's got to be a feature in the accounting software where you just hit a button and it generates a report with revenue and expenses to date. And it's a point in time, right? And the revenue comes in irregularly and not all the expenses are recorded, but it's a snapshot that would give the board and the public and probably department heads something to go on. Right now, you could ask me about what DOT has spent this year. I have no idea. I don't know, maybe Howard, he's in the call, maybe he knows. He probably does. He's detail oriented. But the point is, it should be as easy as hitting a keystroke to generate this report. Can we ask, and I know the executive office doesn't have access to do it. Can the board ask the auditor to start providing it?
Through the chair, of course, you can ask the auditor to provide that information. If the board would like, we could ask the auditor's office to add it to the CEO report once a month, or this board certainly can. There's no issue with us on this one. Thank you.
Chair Jurdy, can we pull the board about asking the auditor?
Sure. What's the pleasure of the board?
Support.
Support.
Support in business, they call it a profit and loss statement.
Here in government, it's only a loss.
So okay, Chair Jurdy, we have that. And again, if you would, I mean, obviously this meeting is open to anyone. If you would like to contact the auditor, if you would like us to draft a letter for your signature, or you would like us just to contact the acting auditor, we will do that, whatever your pleasure is.
Okay, we'll speak after the meeting about that.
Okay. Actually, I don't know if there's any questions for Howard, but after that, there's just a couple more small items. And I do think that, I'm not certain Kristen is on, but I believe Kristen Nevedal also wanted to comment on her item as well. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. We did have hands raised by Supervisor Hashak and McCordy.
Well, thank you, Chair Jurdy. So this is a question for Howard, and I really want to thank you and everyone else working on these water issues, getting the water to the coast. It's been very, it's a lot of bureaucracy involved, and I think you're doing it as fast as possible. So when we don't have as many gallons going to the coast as they've said they needed, do you need any guidance from the board about how it is to be prioritized between residential health and human safety versus commercial enterprises?
Supervisor Hashak, through the chair, so far that has not become an issue that's come back to me. I believe that that the haulers have been knowledgeable of their customers and been able to spread the finite resource around. I've had more of a question about how to award the subsidy that the board has graciously given, and how to collect that commercial portion. That has been a bigger dilemma than who gets what.
So do you need any guidance on that, or is that something you'll just take care of?
I'm comfortable with the honor system, but I thought I'd give the board an opportunity to weigh in if they'd like.
Yeah, I'm fine with it if you're fine with it.
Supervisors McGorty, then Williams.
A comment first for Howard, just saying that as our incident commander, he's done a great job. If you need something done, get a hold of Howard. He's pretty persistent. But I'm curious. So the trucks that are coming online, are they specifically water hauling trucks, or are they kind of been repurposed from hauling other commodities?
So Supervisor McGorty, through the chair, there's a mixture. We have the first truck that came online utilized the Department of Drinking Water waiver. It was a food grade truck that was determined through rigorous conditions to be able to safely perform this mission. We have another truck, or 3 more trucks, we think, that are very near going under contract. Those are the ones I'm referring to that we think we're close on, that are actually on the state list. And then we were able to get a waiver for a truck that will start tomorrow. That is a local truck that does the wine grape juice, but is being refitted and properly handled to do this mission. So both. The answer is both.
And then quick question for Supervisor Williams. So how is this being received in the community?
Well, I think there was a bit of a backlog. There were people who are out, and it'll take some time to catch up. But I've heard a lot of praise for the county stepping in, treating it as a disaster, and people thankful that water is flowing. I did have a couple comments for Howard on the accounting. I think it's important that we keep records sufficient to meet any potential state reimbursement that may come. We don't know exactly how much will be reimbursed or what sort of records they'll want. So I would like us to keep more records than we need, showing who we supplied on what date and the gallonage, all the details. And then the second concern, I saw that the state is offering about $200 million in grants for small water projects. I don't want to be in this situation in subsequent years where we're talking about subsidizing water. It needs to be solved with a mix of personal responsibility, meaning you have to have enough storage to get through the dry season. But some communities may also need water projects to be developed. Who should take the lead on that? Is that the Drought Task Force? Is it our water agency? Is it Howard is the IC? We don't want to drop the ball, and I understand the window is opening now.
So Supervisor Williams, through the chair, I believe I sent an email to you on this very subject, but Assistant CEO Antle and her team, working with their consultant at LACO, is advancing, a list of projects on behalf of the community. I believe that's going to come to the full board in the near future for possibly your comment and support. However, I would say that agencies have to advance their own projects. The county might be able to assist in communication, might be able to give support. There is also this idea of the standalone water agency that would be a 4 to 6 staff department, as was discussed earlier this year, that might be able to create the capacity to assist these other agencies, but they would have to be funded through some sort of funding stream from the grants and projects that would go forward. So those things haven't happened yet. We do have a RFP we're evaluating. Should be able to bring back a consultant to help you create the new standalone water agency. But right now, I would say, except for the county possibly helping to, communicate and assist, the agencies have to be responsible for their own projects. At least that's my opinion.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak, you have another question or comment?
Yes, just to follow up on that, is that Supervisor McGorty and I, as the Drought Task Force, have a meeting on Monday to go over the project list and to prioritize it. I think there's 36 projects on the list right now. And if there are any other projects, I think you need to get them to Josh Metz, who's coordinating this.
Okay. Well, and let's hope that there are some water storage projects on the coast that have been proposed by municipal agencies or communities. All right, well, thanks. CEO Angelo, are there a couple other items in your report you wanted to highlight?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I think in the interest of time in our other items, the only other highlight will be Kristen Nevedal regarding her cannabis report. If we could give her a few minutes, Chair Jurdy, that would be appreciated.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Jurdy and board members. I'll walk through the three main items in the report for this month. An update on phase 1 and phase 2 reapplication process through the portal. I have included in the report a table that shows the weekly totals as well as to-date totals. These numbers are broken out by the number of portal applications that were submitted into the portal itself. From there, the portal applications are sent in batches over to the Mendocino Cannabis Program. Then we focus on reviewing them. We have determined a specified number of these applications complete, and then we go ahead and we send out notices back to the applicants. So in the effort to save some time, I'll talk about year-to-date totals at this point. We're about halfway through the portal project, which is slated to end on October 30th, 2021, and the process did open, just as a reminder, on October 2nd this year. To date, or at the time that we wrote this report, applicants have made a total of 174 submissions to the portal. And because a lot of times applications are deemed incomplete 1 to 2 times before they get to a completed status, the 174 permit submissions reflects 100 different applications. And out of those 100 different applications, 42 of them have been determined to be complete. We did, which is not in this report, but can be found in previous CEO reports, assign just shy of 600 applicants to the portal. So we are suspecting that we'll see an uptick in application submission through the portal as we get closer to that October 30th expiration date for the portal. Simultaneous and pretty much just prior to opening the portal, we did take on the endeavor of seeking renewals for permits, annual permits that had expired. We were at a pretty significant expiration rate of around 50%, almost 50% of the annual permits the county had issued were expired. We started on July 15th by sending out 30-day notices to permit holders with permits that had expired in 2018, 2019, and 2020. That totaled 78 renewal requests. So far, we have renewed 56 of those applicants. We've received some form of communication and information from everyone that we sent materials to. However, we've put a dozen folks on hold, subject to correction timelines, and have had 2 folks withdrawn. One was denied, one was withdrawn. And then we have expired 8 folks who failed to complete the process, even after being given a slight extension so we could finish working with folks to wrap up their renewal applications. So there's the update there. We're working currently with IS to try to move the renewal process into an electronic system, and also working on writing a program so we can easily notify permit holders 60 days before their application does expire. So working towards some better policies, I think, and notification processes. Quick update on the local equity entrepreneur program. Since the July 20th meeting, where the board did make some, I think, really meaningful changes to the equity program, we've been able to process additional eligibility applications, as well as some grant applications have been coming in. So, so far, we have approved 23 candidates for equity. It makes them eligible to apply for the grant programs. There's still 26 eligibility applications that are in underwriting, meaning that they're under review. We've determined that 3 folks who have completed applications and have been reviewed are ineligible. So total completed applications is 52 roughly at this time. In direct grants, we've received 9 completed direct grant applications, 11 fee waiver applications that are complete, 7 technical assistance applications totaling 27 completed grant applications. And most of them are currently under review. However, we're getting ready to work with our first kind of test eligibility applicants, equity applicants, to accept fee waivers over the next week or so. So we're excited to see the program moving forward. With that, I'll take a break. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Kristen, since you joined the county, how many state annual licenses have you seen the state issue to our cultivators?
I would say there was probably 3 to 4. I do not have those numbers in front of me, but we have certified around a handful of Appendix G materials that have come our way. However, the state is pretty backed up. So once we certify an Appendix G packet that comes our way, we send it back to the applicant. It seems to be taking almost 2 months for the state to review those materials and then transition folks into an annual license. So, I started in May, so what is that, 6 months? And we're just starting to kind of get more Appendix Gs moving forward. So I think it's a little early to really see how viable that process is, if that was part of the question.
And to really put you on the spot, based on the quality that you're seeing and the flow of paperwork, what range would you offer as a ballpark on ultimate state licenses?
I think I think this is a complicated question because the Appendix Gs basically put the preparer, the permit holder, and whoever prepares that material into the position of drafting their own initial study, right? It's a little more elaborate and has some different components, but it's very similar. And that is hard to do. So what we're seeing is a very wide array of materials come in, meaning that we're seeing folks draft them themselves, which if you don't have a background in navigating CEQA documents and preparing an initial study, I think is challenging. And then even for consultants that are very seasoned in CEQA document preparation, the Appendix G process is different because there's not an opportunity to propose any new development. You really have to stick completely within the scope of what was issued in that permit. So if you went through permit materials and it's 12 months later and you're submitting an Appendix G, that Appendix G needs to match everything we have on file, right? Or we need to do a permit and application update with the applicant. So that makes for some back and forth, which I do feel has been frustrating for applicants navigating the process, but it all has to match. So I think it's just a tricky situation having the applicant be on the preparer side, so to speak.
So the reason I ask is our enhanced code enforcement and scaling up the cannabis program, I think assumed that we would have continued revenue, and seeing that the revenue is based on our applicants getting their state licenses. I'm curious what do you think is a reasonable sort of best case, worst case for ultimate licensing by the state of the current pool?
Well, I don't know if I can really respond to that question in a meaningful way. I think we have some time, and I'll say that much. So we have seen draft regulations released by the state that further clarify the trailer bills this year that extended the timelines for the provisional licensing program. And those regulations that were put forward, I feel are favorable for our program. They acknowledge the checklist, and that June 2023 deadline for renewals where you have to really show progress. For our applicants is going to be having submitted an Appendix G checklist to the program. So even after that deadline, folks will be eligible for renewal through January 1st of 2026, or actually I should say December 31st of 2025, essentially. They'll be eligible for renewal through that time, so long as we're working with them on completing that Appendix G. Once they've submitted it to us, they can move past that deadline. I think that'll help. And then I think the portal numbers, they make me a little nervous. 100 applications halfway through, and we've assigned close to 600 folks or permits to the portal. That could really, we could see a reduction in the applications we're processing. So I think if we're looking at revenue, that's a consideration as well.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Listen, I've heard anecdotally that some people are hanging on to their applications before submitting to the portal. The idea was waiting to see how things were getting processed and see if other people were making it through. So my advice is please don't wait. Please submit your completed application as quickly as possible so that we don't have a log jam at the end of the time period. Am I giving correct advice or should I change my?
No, please. I hope everyone takes your advice and that more people share that advice, because right now it's been really a priority that we continue to process in the MCP the complete applications that we do have, Appendix G materials, and we've had a lot of renewals on our plate as we just discussed. And so I am incredibly nervous that we're going to see kind of a bell curve, right? A large spike in the number of submissions to the portal as we move into October. Folks should be aware that in order to manage that spike that may come in through the portal, we won't be processing applications during a spike. We won't be processing your sensitive species habitat review questionnaires and doing your referrals or Appendix G work or right AQMD. So I am nervous that October could see us not be able to continue processing applications that are complete and renewals and have to pull kind of all hands on deck for the portal. And as it gets closer to that expiration deadline, there's no guarantee that we'll be able to turn high volumes of application submittals around in time for folks if they are incomplete to resubmit materials to clear those deficiencies.
Okay, thank you. Looking back to the CEO, anything else you want to highlight in your report before we move on?
Chair Jordy, thank you. No, at this time, I know we still have other items. If there's any questions, I certainly will answer questions, but I think it's the usual reports from the departments. And so at this point, no, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. Just a question is on the very first page when we talk about the wellness program, and we give out kind of a rebate for people's health insurance if they do certain things. And we had that conversation this morning about, increasing insurance for people who aren't vaccinated. What if we looked at it differently and with the wellness incentive program provided the people who do get vaccinated a benefit? So is that something that the CEO's office could look at?
Yeah. Yes, Chair Jordy, Supervisor Hashak, that has already been done. I believe that information went out to staff today. I don't know if Assistant CEO Darcy Antle has anything further on that, but I think it's already been done.
Darcy Antle through the chair, Assistant CEO. Yes, that's correct. There is an incentive through the wellness program for folks that get vaccinated. So, and that's been working on it, but the team got it in place today, I believe.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we've got just a couple of things left on our agenda.
Excuse me, Chair Jurdy, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We did have public comment on the CEO report.
Oh, great. Okay, go ahead.
First caller on the line will be Michael Katz, followed by Monique Ramirez, and then Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I want to thank CEO Angelo for clarifying earlier regarding the CEO report that department heads do have the ability to share information prior to the release of the report. As I mentioned earlier, the cannabis community has eagerly been awaiting for the past month information related to the equity program and the portal submission process. But we have been told repeatedly that we would have to wait until the CEO report was released to get that information. So I appreciate that clarification and look forward to not having that as a stumbling block in the future when trying to access information. Further, regarding the equity program, I would seek clarification as to whether or not the changes that were made, we feel, address the full amount of grant possibilities that were allotted. As this board may remember, it was discussed previously that the board would revisit the equity program in September in order to determine if the changes had resulted in the amount of funds being able to be distributed. So that item is not on the agenda today. There is a consent calendar item for rehiring the existing equity program administrators, but there are questions I have about that as well related to their previous budget, which indicated many, many hours of applicant screenings, et cetera. But with only 26 applicants that have been deemed eligible and 29 that are now in process, I wonder how much of those resources are still available in order to support the administration of the program. So we would like to get clarity on that and in the future be able to work closely with the equity program and the cannabis department to get this information in a timely fashion so that we can help support the goals of the county and our community in moving together. Thank you.
Next on the line will be Monique Ramirez, followed by Ron Edwards.
Hello, Monique Ramirez, Cannabis Advocacy Group. Really appreciate the report and all of the stats for the cannabis program right now. One question we have is in regards to the total number of applications that are in process in the portal, as well as those that have been approved with a county permit and those that are in process to be renewed. Basically just figuring out, are we really sitting at half of what we thought in terms of the total number of original applications, whether embossed receipt holders or actual permit holders, just to get a sense of how many people really need to still come forward at this time. And in respect to the equity grant, it seems that now the amount is up to $59,000 per. So when you crunch the numbers, that equals about 34 people that could reach or could utilize that money. And that equals roughly around $2 million. So a little bit curious if there's about 54 applications that have come forward and about half of them have been deemed eligible. However, only it looks like 9 have submitted direct grant applications and not that many for the other types. Just curious how the program is set to tackle administering all the money, or distributing all the money, I should say, to those that come forward. And so, because we wouldn't be able to give all 54 applicants up to the $59,000 because it would go over the budget for this year, but perhaps I might be not understanding things correctly, because I do know there's more funding for this next calendar year. So maybe if the program manager might be able to speak to that question for clarity, that would be really great. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Next on the line will be Ron Edwards, followed by Jude Thillman.
Yes, good afternoon, board. Yes, I had very similar concerns to Monique and Michael Katz. Would have been helpful when we were talking about the equity grant money, that if the board got an actual amount, because when we talked about this last time, I was concerned that actually money might go back to the state and not be distributed to an applicant who could use those funds. And I don't see a way or where you will be looking at that item to open it up for a few more people or give the cannabis manager some leeway into making sure that the full $2 million is utilized. And I'd be interested to hear how you're going to be approaching this. Thank you.
Next on the line will be Jude Thillman.
Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, my name is Jude Tillman. I'm speaking on behalf of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance on the issue of portal efficacy, administrative efficacy as referred to in Kristen Nevinall's report. We're getting reports from our cultivators applying for permits about specific problems that they're facing. And we want to share a few of them to help you perhaps understand what might be holding back some of the applicants from getting their permits. So first of all, we'd like to make a general recommendation. It could very much help people a lot if the county would provide an Appendix G, that is the number 15168 checklist that could be accessed through the county website. A checklist could help folks who are trying to navigate this and coming across a lot of problems. Now, I want to give you a couple specific examples of issues that have stalled or sidelined our members' applications. Number one, discrepancies between the current quote unquote acceptable language suggested on the county website versus language that was previously approved in the county Appendix G templates that were passed out to people. Please settle on and provide some standard language as required in the application, because applications are getting sidelined because they're not using the right language. Number two, one applicant explained language that they used on their application form as, quote, "It is indicated in the cultivation and operations plan," end quote. And the staff responded, quote, "Cultivation and operations plan for which agency," end quote. And that stalled, sidelined the application. Number three, an applicant wrote, "The site features an on-site domestic water well and on-site septic system." County staff replied that the use of the word domestic gives the impression that there may be a separate commercial water source. That question delayed the application processing. Number four, an applicant's primary power source listed in the county records as a generator. However, all the permit renewals for this applicant since 2018 include proof of their PG&E installation and its use as the primary power source. A simple problem of updating and correcting old inaccurate information. Now, these examples might seem somewhat trivial, but first of all, they're pretty common problems. And more importantly, each time an application is rejected for format, grammar, punctuation, wording issues, outdated information, the application gets delayed. Once the corrections have been submitted, the application is placed at the bottom of the stack and it has to wait in line alongside new portal and submissions and other applications in the queue. Please take a look at these details because they're really causing a lot of havoc among our applicants' attempts to get permits. And thanks so much for allowing me to speak.
And that concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, great. All right, well then that looks like it concludes the CEO report. We again all have written copy. And so we've got three things left on the agenda. We've got consent calendar, we've got the cannabis ordinance referendum issue, and we have reports from board members. So I want to go very quickly to reports from board members. Supervisor Mahorn.
Thank you very much. I wanted to just note, and I did note on social media that I have submitted my vaccine information, just like all of the personnel in Mendocino County have been asked to do. And I think it's important that if we're advising people that they need to take this step and submit the documents, that we also do that. So whether or not you're vaccinated, I just think it's appropriate for the 5 board members to lead by example.
I think we've all been vaccinated for months. It's surprised anybody would question that. Quick report for me. I would like to appoint an ad hoc committee for the fiscal year 21-22 budget, which we're in right now. And it would the ad hoc committee would expire at the end of this fiscal year. And I'd like to appoint Vice Chair Ted Williams and myself to be on that ad hoc committee. So if, to work with staff on the budget process, better understand the budget process and give some input to staff. So if the board would concur, we could create that ad hoc committee.
I would be honored.
Works for me.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
Okay, great. Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, I just had a few things to report. The Judy Berry exhibit is opening this Saturday, September 18th at the County Museum in Willits. There will be a series of interesting and informative programs and guest speakers every Friday or Saturday through October 22nd or 24th. The first program starts this Saturday at 1 p.m. and it is a Redwood Summer 1990 retrospective. Other programs will include Building Bridges, Judy Berry versus the FBI, and songs by and about Judy Berry. You can get more information at mendocinocounty.org/museum. I had a conversation with people from the West Company about economic development and the Move 2030 program. And, we heard the caller, Michelle Hutchins, the superintendent of schools for Mendocino County this morning. I guess the question is, what does the ad hoc see as a process for bringing this forward to the board? Because I think that they feel like there's a sense of urgency and they're kind of waiting to see how to proceed. So I'd like to see what that process looks like. And then I was also on a webinar on drought, and the ad hoc committee has been meeting about drought. We're looking at the water hauling issues. And so there's a lot of activity going on like that. And we're continuing with looking at what we can do about extraction of water, selling it, and putting on some restrictions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
So first, I just wanted to echo what Supervisor Housejack said about the Move 2030. We really need to make a decision as a board what we're going to do. Time is really valuable. We don't want people to put hours and hours into something and then not make a move on it. So I hope we can fix that. I also wanted to give you just a real brief update on the Hopkins fire. So as you know, it burned on Sunday rather ferociously, probably took out, we're guessing, around 20 homes. We don't have an exact count yet. The response from the emergency services people was remarkable, that they were able to put that fire out. While we lost 20 homes, and probably saved many, many more. River to the ridge above Lake Mendocino. And some of the debris actually blew into Lake Mendocino and set it on fire. You think about a lake catching fire, but it's the dry part, of course, where there's weeds. And the sheriff and the fire departments did getting people out, and still some trying to make it safe, and that may fall down, and power lines are being restored and livable again. And the neighborhood is not going to quite be the same as it was, and it's sad to see that it was all these tragedies. Our fire departments need our support because they're so critical right now.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor McGordy. And just so you know, your audio is breaking up a little bit.
Sorry, I'm a little bit unstable today.
Okay, great. Do we have any public comment on supervisor reports?
No, we do not.
Okay.
One moment. On supervisors reports, we do have 2 public comments.
Okay.
First on the line will be Michael Katz, followed by Ron Edwards.
This is Michael Katz. I do not have a comment on this item. Thank you.
Next on the line will be Ron Edwards.
Yes, I'm sure I made a mistake in signing up for this one also.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, great. We're going to go to item 5G, which is discussion of possible action, including certification of the Mendocino County referendum petition protesting the ordinance adopting Chapter 22.19, Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance, Chapter 10A17, Mendocino County Cultivation Ordinance, and Chapter 20.242, Cannabis Cultivation Sites. And first, we're going to hear from the County Clerk Assessor Recorder.
Katrina, you can go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
So I'm not showing the screen. So I don't know. I'm sorry. You know, this. I'm sorry, I was out on the floor. What was I have no idea where you are.
We just opened up the item, Katrina, and I think we were just giving you the chance to just summarize the certification process your office undertook.
Okay, so we checked out of 6,239 signatures that were turned in, we verified 3,397 to where the next step would be to go back to the Board of Supervisors. So they had that many valid signatures, and so now the ball's in your court.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to go to the County Council's office. The County Council's sent the board an email, which I believe they're prepared to make as a public memo. Basically, the steps that are available to the board. Looking at County Council Christian Curtis to kind of go over that item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, just to sort of briefly summarize where we are, under the elections code, once a sufficient number of signatures have been certified by the elections official, the item has to come back to the board for reconsideration. So the board is required at this time to reconsider the ordinance in question. You have essentially 2 options in front of you. One is that you can either go ahead and repeal the ordinance in its entirety. So that would simply be putting us back to where we were before the ordinance passed, which would include, I would just note, the moratorium that would otherwise expire in March on phase 3 under 10A17. And then the other option that the board has is to go ahead and send the ordinance to the voters, just to let the board know if the ordinance is repealed by the board, or if it is sent to the voters and the voters vote it down, the board is prohibited from reenacting the same ordinance. And there is some ambiguity as to what exactly the scope of that would be. Generally speaking, what the rule is that the same ordinance cannot be reenacted until there has been a material change in circumstances. I will say that it's a fairly new court-created doctrine. We don't really have a lot of clarification as to what exactly would or would not be a material change in circumstances. I'd also just note that the prohibition on reenacting the ordinance is phrased in terms of reenacting an ordinance with the same essential feature. There is a bit of case law as to what that might mean in the context of cities. On the other hand, the statute that applies to the cities does not apply to counties, and it looks like the courts might have articulated a slightly different test there. In particular, the one sort of court decision on point did not opine as to what exactly would happen when an ordinance had multiple essential features, and to what extent the board would be prohibited from enacting an ordinance that had one or several of those. So the primary point I want the board to be aware of is that in the event of a repeal or in an event that the ordinance doesn't pass and the board chooses to sort of reenact some features of the ordinance in some subsequent ordinance, whether that's an amendment to 10A17, whether that's some other sort of legal structure, there's a possibility of a challenge, and there would be sort of a significant amount of ambiguity if such a challenge were to be brought as to whether that was within the scope of the board's power after having repealed the ordinance. And I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
I don't have a question, but maybe the clerk can do something about the audio. It's like Christian is talking through a kazoo. That's great, but if there's more, it's really hard for the public to follow. It's hard for me to follow.
If I may ask, Mr. Chair, is that any better?
This is substantially better. Yes. Okay, so with that background, and would you just like to quickly summarize what you just said with the better audio?
Yes, if I could just restate that. So just very briefly, once the signatures have been verified, the board has two options. The board is now required at this time to go ahead and reconsider the ordinance. You have a finite amount of time in which to do that. I would say it appears to me there's a little bit of ambiguity in the statute, but I believe that you could continue this to the next meeting, but no later than that to address the issue. Your choices are to either repeal the ordinance or to send it to the voters. And if you repeal the ordinance, you're prohibited from enacting another ordinance that has the same essential feature until there's a material change in circumstance. And unfortunately, the case law on that is dealing with a court-created doctrine is very new, and I'm not able to provide a whole lot of guidance as to what that may or may not mean. So that does mean that there's a significant likelihood that if the board chooses to reenact a portion of the ordinance after repeal, that there may be a challenge brought, and if there's a plaintiff interested in challenging that feature of the ordinance, and I can't give a lot of prognostication as to whether or not that would be effective. My best estimate is that I believe the case law that describes all the essential features, or the ordinance being essentially the same, is likely to be controlling in this context, and that merely enacting one feature of a complex ordinance such as this may not be prohibited. However, I just want the board to be aware there is a significant amount of ambiguity on that point.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Heshak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So as far as this essential feature aspect, if there's these components of the ordinance 2218, such as no water hauling, phasing out of generators, the preservation of ag soils, those kind of things that are environmentally more restrictive, and that there's general agreement on from the board and the proponents of the referendum, could those be brought back sooner than later?
So if I may answer through the chair, I think there's two parts to that question. The first part is, could they be brought back at all, and then could they be brought back sooner, or in terms of the timing? So generally speaking, some of those are probably going to be able to come back. I do want the board to be aware there's going to be some amount of risk. Frankly, if there's any significant feature of the ordinance that's being brought back, the standard is sort of loose enough and undefined enough that there is a possibility that there would be a legal challenge. I think ultimately a legal challenge to one of those features would be most likely unsuccessful. I think that if it's really just taking a minority of the aspects of the prior ordinance and putting it in place, that it would likely be considered by a court to be sufficiently different, does not be subject to the prohibition. But again, there's very, very little case law on this. So I want the board to be aware there's a significant amount of uncertainty on that point. And then to the question as to the timing on that, generally speaking, yes, it probably could be brought back sooner rather than later when we're talking about things that may be environmentally more protective of the environment. So one of the aspects is that any new ordinance that's going to be enacted at this point is going to have to go through environmental review. We're no longer going to be able to avail ourselves of the exception that was written into statute that expired on July 1st of this year for a discretionary licensing program for cannabis. So the length of time that may be needed for any sort of ordinance amendments may still be significant. Generally speaking, things that are more protective of the environment are probably going to be faster. It's probably going to be less onerous, but that's really going to depend on the potential impacts that they might have. Usually when you're trying to protect the environment, there are some exceptions that can come into play, but there's also sort of questions as to whether or not there would be significant environmental impacts as a result. I don't want to say that every measure would necessarily go through speedy environmental review. I don't know that we'll know that until we start looking at it. We start looking at what impacts might be had. And in particular, there may be environmental protection measures that have unanticipated, or maybe I shouldn't say unanticipated, but maybe not immediately obvious environmental impacts that might have to be studied. In which case the process may take longer. So I don't want to sort of say that I can judge perfectly how long the environmental review is going to be on any of that. But generally speaking, yes, things that are intended to protect the environment will probably be a shorter review process than things that may be more permissive on the whole.
Supervisor McGordon?
So Christian, how much can we change 10A17 to make it more environmentally protective? Is that, is the sky the limit, or are we real limited on what we can do with it? And that's the first part of the question. Start over with a new ordinance. What's our timeline? How long do you think realistically it would take to get through environmental review and write a new ordinance?
So I may answer to the chair. Again, I'm sort of reading some of the tea leaves here. I mean, it depends on the specifics of what it is the board wants to do. I will say that 10A17 is a challenging ordinance to be able to work with as the baseline and to be able to review. There's a lot of features of it that are rather unusual, and there are a lot of features of it that were built in a manner where sort of environmental mitigation measures sort of run through many aspects of the ordinance. What's very unusual is that it's structured in a way that both has a ministerial permit system so that there's no environmental review required for the applicants at the time of their application. But at the same time, it's also structured so that there was no environmental impact report on the front end. And that was accomplished with a sort of heavy amount of mitigation measures built into the ministerial permit system. And I would say sort of those strands run through the ordinance in quite a number of areas. And I would just say as a general matter, anything that you're changing in 10A17 that's sort of procedural will be a relatively easy change. Anything that's going to be substantive, and in particular, anything that's going to touch on the environment, the existing environmental mitigation measures, may require some more onerous review. So you're really looking at a range. Some things you might be able to accomplish within 6 months. There are other things that may be, desirable changes, maybe even desirable from an environmental standpoint, but that may require, potentially years of environmental review.
And then what about if we start over from scratch and do a new ordinance?
I would say sort of the same thing. If you start over from scratch, I think it's very likely that anything that you would build starting from scratch would require an environmental impact report, which again, I would say is likely going to be a multi-year process. The way that this current one was structured that managed to accomplish what it did with a mitigative negative declaration really does sort of tie the board's hands in terms of the scope of any changes that you might be able to make. But also, I would say sort of tied the board's hands in terms of what was initially able to be authorized, because the only things that were authorized had to be below a threshold of significance in terms of any environmental impacts. So if you're looking at trying to do something quickly, I would say there's not nearly as many options for trying to do things quickly as if you're going to take a much longer process and engage in environmental review, or I would say you're doing environmental review regardless, engage in environmental impact reports to be able to then determine what the specific impacts are, and then potentially make overriding policy considerations that determine that even though there are significant and unavoidable impacts, that it may be desirable from a policy standpoint regardless.
Okay, before we go to maybe further board comments, I know we all probably want to make a few more comments. At some point early on in the discussion, because I know we have a number of speakers, it might be helpful if the board just gave a sort of straw poll of where they're leaning as to whether or not to rescind the ordinance or place it on the ballot. Do board members feel that comfortable just speaking up right now and just cutting to the chase? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Having been an active community member during Measure A and watching this cannabis referendum on both sides behave in a way that was detrimental to our community, I have no desire to place this item on the ballot.
Supervisor Wentz.
So we put 2218 on the ballot. There's nobody to get out there and explain it and campaign. I think we're going to spend a lot of money to reach the same result, which means we're forced to open 10A17 phase 3, which I think will be detrimental to our environment and to cultivators. Most of them won't be able to get their state license. It's at a scale where the inflection point on profit is crossing over expenses. I don't see it creating a viable business case. In short, I think it's essentially game over for cannabis in Mendocino County. There was a theory that if you didn't like drugs, legalize it to take the profit out of it. That's what California voters did. They legalized it and it's deflating the profit. It'll continue to deflate. It's an agricultural crop. And I think we could ask Glenn, do you know of any agricultural crops in Mendocino County that can be profitable at a quarter acre? I don't think a quarter acre of grapes will do it. Quarter acre of alfalfa, quarter acre. I mean, what about 4 goats and 3 sheep and a donkey, right? It's just, and I understand why people don't want it. Is a strong anti-business sentiment in the county, and I share it in some ways. But I think it's 10A17 will restrict the crop to the extreme that the only way to operate it profitably soon is to take the legal cover of our program and sell illegally across state lines. I don't think that's the greatest model for Mendocino County. And I have problems with the hoop houses, but I understand it at 10,000 square feet. They need that competitive advantage. If it's 10,000 square foot of outdoor canopy, it's worth pennies. They really need that light depth. So we're in a difficult spot. I don't see a workable path forward. I see it more of the same. We're going to all the problems we have from the current phase 1, we're going to see in the phase 3. And if we try to add more restrictions to an ordinance that's already impossible to implement and enforce, I will just have more outlaws. So I'm curious what the board wants to, where the board wants to go next, but I'm in favor of rescinding.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy?
Oh, I hope that into a regular agricultural crop mix, which meant you had to do some, but evidently the community just doesn't want it. I think the community really, people who voted against the ordinance just don't like cannabis, period, and that's kind of feel about it.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Supervisor McGordy, I might suggest turning off your camera. That way your connection can better support your.
Is that working any better? Does that sound any better?
A little bit. I would go ahead and continue, and we can see how it sounds.
So anyway, so I
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Supervisor McGordy, that is not helping.
Okay.
You could call in. We have that phone number on your invite. If you want to go ahead and dial.
I will get it.
Okay, I think I heard Supervisor McGordy said that he would support rescinding the ordinance, and I do as well. I don't see the point in people spending their time and energy on what I think is a foregone conclusion. I think this is a case where at least 4 of us on the board think the economics of cannabis has been, based on, in prohibition, it was based on an inflated price due to the prohibition because only some people were willing to break the law. Therefore, it had an inflated price. When it became legal, as it's become legal, and cultivation is occurring on an agricultural scale outside of Mendocino County, the price, as we're being told, is coming down substantially. During this 6 years, we've heard it being as high as $2,000 a pound. Currently, I'm hearing it's about $500 a pound from our cannabis manager, whether it's legal or illegal. And the $160 a pound is the state cultivation tax. So the profit is going away unless the cultivators are also selling untaxed cannabis on the side. And but nevertheless, I think the voters of Mendocino County have said that they really believe that small is beautiful, and maybe it is, but it also, it may be small, may be bankrupt as well. So we'll just see what happens. But I think going forward, we will endeavor as much as we can to improve the old ordinance in ways that perhaps a few people will get state licenses, and perhaps a few of them will remain in business without going out of business. Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I don't know if I need to say this, but I would vote in favor of rescinding. And I think it comes down to the vision that people have for this county. I think you're right in saying small is beautiful is very, it's a philosophy in our county. And I think
wireless, your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please hang up and
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Supervisor McGordy, if you could please mute yourself.
Go ahead, Supervisor Hashak. Your audio is off.
I just think that, with the drought and people not seeing the code enforcement, law enforcement as vigorous as we would have hoped, in the past, hopefully it improves in the future. And I think that we have an obligation to making sure that whoever wants to get through the program gets through, and we focus on that. We make the 10A17 work as much as possible. And if it's not economically possible for people, then it's, there's some things that I think we can do to help, but ultimately it's not the county's responsibility to pick and choose the winners or losers.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, John, I'm curious if you have any thoughts on where we should make cuts. Losing the cannabis industry may be a $5 to $6 million hit for the county. And it sure looks like we're going to lose it. 10A17 isn't going to get the bulk of them to their state license, which means we won't be able to tax them. So this is a genuine question. A lot of the talk we've had about enforcement, ramping up enforcement, has assumed we would have cannabis revenue coming in from the cannabis business tax. If we lose that, how do you see us scaling the program back? Are there certain aspects of it, or do you want to prioritize in some way? And I think it should be part of the discussion of we're rescinding not just 2218, but we're effectively, whether we admit it or not today, we're effectively rescinding our cannabis enforcement effort, because I don't see any funds on the table to pay for it.
Well, Supervisor Williams, I don't really feel it's appropriate to direct that question to Supervisor Hashak. It will be a challenge for everybody in the county to figure out how to balance the budget and to pay for sufficient code enforcement. There are some ideas, on the table. I think we really need to address that in the next several months. And I hope our ad hoc committee of yourself and myself can work with the county's finance team to come up with some viable options. Now that the board's kind of tipped their hand to show where they are on this, would like to open it up to public comment and one of the leading spokespeople for the referendum, Kate Marienchild, has written to the board, and I'd like to invite her to be the first speaker. Oh, go ahead.
Chair, it's Katrina Bartlett, my assessor, clerk recorder. I'm going to sign off. We're swamped with election phone calls. So thank you very much for including me, and I'll talk to you all later. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
First on the line will be Kate Marienchild, followed by Ron Edwards and Ellen Drell.
Chair Judy, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to mention that Chair Judy said I could have more than the 3 minutes as a proponent of the referendum. It'll be a little over 4 minutes, I think.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. So I am a member of the steering committee of the People's Referendum to Save Our Water, Wildlife, and Way of Life. I'm going to read into the sent to the supervisors a few days ago. And this letter also includes a new paragraph that we've added since Mendocino Cannabis Alliance sent us a copy of the memo it sent to you also. The proponents of the referendum to rescind the Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance, which I'll refer to as CCAO from now on, urge you to vote to rescind this ordinance. And thank you for your straw poll that looks like it's going in that direction. Our signature gathering success shows that the general public opposes cannabis cultivation expansion in this time of county-wide water shortages and predicted long-term drought conditions, especially in the absence of an environmental impact report. We proponents of the referendum and most of the public encourage the board to resolve the referendum quickly by voting to rescind, so that the board and the public can focus on bringing forward solutions to mutually recognized problems that need fixing. Such issues include, but are not limited to, ending the use of trucked water for irrigation of cannabis farms, prohibiting the use of road base and other materials that damage agricultural soils, and requiring hydrologic studies for new cannabis cultivation in the agricultural zone. These actions could come forward either as amendments to the existing ordinance or as a new ordinance. The question has been raised as to whether the board is legally barred for 1 year from bringing forward any issue addressed in a rescinded ordinance, whether the ordinance is rescinded by a vote of the board or at the ballot box 4 to 9 months from now. According to our referendum attorney, who has 30 years in election law, specializing in referenda and initiatives, the board can bring back in either an ordinance or an existing ordinance any item in the CCAO that was not specifically a target of the referendum. Based on his advice, we wish to reassure the board that you can safely amend Chapter 10A17 or create a new ordinance to address the issues mentioned above, water trucking, road base, etc., without threat of a lawsuit brought by.
Please allow Kate Marichal to finish her letter. Thanks.
So did you hear that? So you don't have to worry about a lawsuit being brought by proponents of the people's referendum. Our referendum did not oppose those elements in the CCAO, and we enthusiastically support such improvements to county cannabis code. We would certainly not insist on an environmental impact report. And according to our attorney, an EIR would not be needed for changes that were more protective to the environment. We believe the above kinds of changes could be made within the scope of a few meetings, since the language is already there in 2218. So the hard work of you supervisors would not have been wasted. Furthermore, according to our attorney, if someone did sue the county for bringing back those elements, a judge would examine the literature put forth by the proponents of the people's referendum and determine that the lawsuit was without merit. So we urge you to not be distracted by the unlikely scenario of a lawsuit, but rather to act now to rescind the ordinance and to quickly make changes. And this is something that the majority of the public is eager for the board to do. The proponents of the people's referendum also recognize the urgent need of phase 1 growers to complete the county permitting and state licensing processes. And we are open to the introduction of discretionary land use elements into Chapter 10A17. We have no desire to delay the implementation of those elements for the permitting of phase 1 growers, and we join the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance in calling for them, either as amendments to Chapter 10A17 or through the creation of a new ordinance. In the recent memo submitted to you by the MCA, 2 options were proposed. We are not considering option number 1, because after the ratification of signatures by the county clerk, the board is legally barred from doing anything but rescinding the ordinance or putting it on the ballot. The board cannot propose and sign off on an altered version of Chapter 2218, even if it is stripped of the elements the referendum opposed. However, the proponents of the referendum do enthusiastically embrace MCA's option 2, in which you rescind now and then add discretionary permitting elements through amending 10A17 or creating a new ordinance. So the referendum proponents would like to join with the public, the phase 1 growers, the MCA, and the board to address and act on the above mentioned issues and others of common concern. We want to begin that process now, and we would like to avoid the delay and expense of a campaign that would serve only to test local resolve against externally funded propaganda. As long as the substantive goals of the referendum are honored, the referendum proponents have no desire to delay or stand in the way of moving forward to address ongoing issues in an open and collaborative way. By rescinding the ordinance now, the board will make it possible for that process to begin immediately. Thank you for your time.
Next on the line will be Ron Edwards, followed by Ellen Drell.
Good afternoon once again, board. This has been another frustrating effort in trying to participate in government. I have been involved in this since the beginning, and I and other members of the community have pleaded with you, have brought you information time and time again around cannabis, and it seemed to just be rejected. It seems like we could have avoided this, and now we're at this point of looking back and going, oh, well, it didn't work, to where just a few changes could have been made prior to that vote that was 4-1. I don't know how to participate better. I don't know how you were thinking. I don't think the citizens know your train of thought, because when we look at this and when people look at this meeting today, they're going to be asking themselves, how did we get here and was this avoidable? And the answer is, it was avoidable, but we don't know why the board did not avoid this moment in time. You got the correspondence, you got letters ahead of time, that it was quite clear where the public was going with this referendum vote. Yet you steadily went forward with where you wanted to go. And I am just confused, as I'm sure most of us are, of where this, how the thinking that got us here. Thank you.
Next on the line will be Ellen Drell, followed by Michael Katz and Monique Ramirez.
Hello, Chair Judy and members of the board. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can, but barely.
I submitted earlier pre-recorded comments, which I'm be played later in the discussion, but I wanted to be available on Zoom. I was asked by some of my fellow committee members to be available for questions from the board if any arose. Thank you.
Ellen, since you're on, can you just give us the highlights? We don't need to play your recorded message.
Okay, all right. Some are similar, Kate already mentioned, but I guess rather than try to reconstruct this on the fly, I'll just read to you what I wrote. Lots of effort has brought us to this point, and we appreciate the hundreds of hours you have spent addressing cannabis cultivation and its regulation. And it's my strong feeling that it has not been wasted effort. We now know that there's widespread opposition to expand. We know the county needs a thorough understanding of its water resources. We know we need to take into account changed climate conditions. We need a well thought out regulatory program and support, which I'm happy is underway. We know that people are upset about cannabis farms dependent on trucked water, proliferation of hoop houses. We know that we haven't adequately protected ag soil, losses to industrial type practices. And we know that it's very difficult to make good land use decisions without an EIR and getting the public's pulse and ultimately public's buy-in. The referendum also is acutely aware of the needs of phase one growers who are caught in a too slow permitting process and of the need for some flexibility to bring growers into the legal system whose operations have changed from their original applications. I think Kate has this issue well for the proponents of the referendum. And I think Jude Tillman also pointed out many instances of ways that we can, with some flexibility, process some of these permits more quickly. We are 100% open to the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance's option 2 of introducing discretionary elements into the permitting process of our existing ordinance or a new ordinance. And there is no question that the elements of 2218 that did address people's concerns around water, hoop houses, soils, et cetera, can and must be incorporated into either 10A17 or a new ordinance. The upshot is we won't need an election. The last 3 months have shown us what we need to do. So we say, let's get started. Rescind the ordinance now and move forward with combined support and cooperation of a majority of county residents, Mendocino Cannabis Association and legacy growers, the referendum committee.
Next on the line will be Michael Katz, followed by Monique Ramirez and Corinne Powell.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. We have heard a lot of talk from the board today about the failure of existing operators and adding more restrictions to 10A17, but not a lot of talk about how to protect those existing operators. The truth is that if it winds up being game over for the cannabis industry in Mendocino, as Supervisor Williams suggests, it will be because of a failure to act effectively at this time. We sincerely appreciate the support of Kate and Ellen and the People's Referendum for the inclusion of discretionary permit processes in 10A17. Mendocino County now stands at a crossroads in securing the future of its traditional cannabis industry and community. The families and employees of over 700 small cannabis businesses in Mendocino County are looking to your leadership to protect their livelihoods and their significant investment into lawfully operating a cannabis business in the regulated market. The stakes are significant. If a pathway that allows the conditioning of a permit is lost for existing cultivators, an unknown number of them may be forced out of business through no fault of their own, which would create severe hardships for those small businesses and homestead farmers and result in decreased tax revenues for the county. We seem to be forgetting that Mendocino County can qualify for up to $18 million from the state's local assistant grant program, which was established to assist provisional licensees in achieving annual state licensure. These funds can make a significant impact on the issues we are facing in the program. We must do everything we can to secure them as soon as they are available. MCA has offered considerations for the board intended to help harness the best intentions and good faith of those who have expressed a desire to protect existing operators who are working diligently to remain compliant. We have recently seen this board take decisive action to support the business community on the coast impacted by the drought crisis, and hope the same care and attention will be focused on our locally permitted cannabis operators who are also impacted by a looming crisis and trying to maintain compliance in an ever-changing system. From your actions, we know that you can choose to intervene on behalf of the small local business community in the face of uncertainty. We urge you to take this opportunity to show that support for cannabis in Mendocino. It is well beyond time to change the narrative that our existing licensed operators are doomed to failure. We must stabilize our permitted cannabis community. Whether you rescind the ordinance or put it to a vote, immediate action will be required by this board to ensure that a discretionary permit process is in place by the time existing operators will need it to complete their county annual permit process. MCA remains available to work with you to ensure that all considerations are addressed in this process. We urge you to engage us in the development and execution of these or other solutions that can benefit all stakeholders. We are truly stronger as a community when we work together. Thank you for your consideration.
Next on the line will be Monique Ramirez, followed by Corinne Powell and Nicholas Midley.
Hello, Monique Ramirez, District 3, representing the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We definitely support having this ordinance be rescinded. And man, we sure have come a long way to get to this point. And I think in some ways, it's a blessing in disguise because we're in such an interesting time with our climate, the fires, constant COVID issues, and the economy and everything, and the changing market with cannabis cultivation and other local jurisdictions allowing expanded operations. And we're now seeing the extreme effects of that right here in our county amongst many small producers unable to move their product that they grew in 2020 and hoping with all their might that they are going to be able to sell their crop this year and hope that it survives any potential fires. And so I really think that this is a moment in time that we can look back on and say, wow, we put democracy in action and we took it to the people and this is what they decided. And maybe this can be a lesson for the future when you receive hundreds and hundreds of letters in favor or in opposition to something, that you really take to heart that and listen to it. And so that we don't end up in this place having to really exercise our power as a community to effectuate what we really need to see happen. So we totally support rescinding this ordinance and not wasting any more time, and absolutely spending valuable time at this moment towards working on 10A17 so that we don't say that it's game over, that we actually make it work. We know many things that need to be changed. There's been thoughtful ideas already brought forward by the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance, and CCAG has also brought things forward in the past to try to find the areas that are stopping blocks or areas that could be fixed. And we just need your ability to have a willingness to have that dialogue. And so we urge you to please reenact an ad hoc committee, and let's work together with these amazing stakeholder groups that have so much dedication and heart and volunteer hours that they want to dedicate towards making this program work so that we can actually be an awesome cannabis producing region or community and see these small farmers actually make it and produce really amazing cannabis for the world. So let's take this opportunity to please do that. It's not just about rescinding the ordinance, but it's about looking at 10A17 and making that work, because it is all we have on the table right now. And let's make it happen. So thank you so much for the opportunity to present these ideas, and I really hope that they will be considered.
Before we go to more speakers, I just want to remind the speakers that you've already heard the straw vote, and if you feel that your comments have been stated by others, it is 5:30. We do have a 5:30 rule. We can adjourn the meeting at any time. So let's please make this meeting go as fast as we can.
Next on the line will be Corinne Powell and Nicholas Smigley.
Thank you. I won't take up too much time. I understand that we are definitely assuming that 2218 will be rescinded. And I want to bring attention to a couple of items in the program manager's comments during the CEO's report, because I was sort of taken aback. Firstly, she made a distinction for the first time, of which I am aware, that there must be a return to the last packet of information filed with the county, even though some things are now changed, either based on drought issues or based on a July 2021 revision of, say, the site plan or the operation plan of an Appendix G submittal. I myself am working under an Appendix G application. As you know, I have sent you copies of this process because I think it's going to be valuable for you to see what the issues are, and some that are absurd and some that are certainly relevant. But we need a cooperative effort between the cannabis program and the applicants. Our mutual goal is for phase 1 applicants to obtain an annual license. We need to work together. At this point, there's almost an adversarial tone to some of the communications. And that was one thing she said today that I thought was new and illuminating. But another thing is that apparently through the portal application process, there are people who have not participated since 2018. And we have permit holders in the Appendix G process who have participated in compliance, paid fees and taxes, fully permitted, who are put on the back burner to the bad actors from 2018, 19, and 20. I think that the board needs to direct a prioritization for those of us who have brought the taxes, the stability, and anything functional to a difficult system in Mendocino County. Please address that. And also, I certainly support Mo's recommendation that there be a new standing committee so that there can be public hearings and official information recorded and transmitted in a orderly way to the board.
Next on the line will be Nicholas Smilgas, followed by 26 voicemails. Nicholas has hung up, so we will move on to the voicemails.
Hello, my name is Michael Charnas. I wish to speak about Agenda Item 5G.
please rescind the CCAO. Our water tables are drastically depleted enough just from the drought alone. Big cannabis grows, whether they are cartels or corporations, must be stopped from sucking dry what precious little water we have left. Please restore the EIR pre-requirements for any expansions, and please back that up as well by adding limits and controls on water trucking. Thank you very much.
I would ask the clerk of the board, this is not a public hearing, but it is a clarification. So this is not a public hearing, but it's a conduct of business item. And if that is the case, then I believe the voice messages could be forwarded as electronic files, such as an email to all the board members so that we receive them and hear them. And if that's the case, then we could have a motion and complete this item. It's already 5:30. And so I'm going to ask for clarification from the county council. If this is not a public hearing, could we simply forward the voice messages to the board members' email accounts?
Mr. Chair, I would say that the chair and the board have some discretion there. There is an ability of the board to limit public comments to sort of an amount the board deems reasonable to be conducting its business. I would suggest that may be an option that the board could use to forward those. Given that we've already addressed all the live comments, you might want to consider just whether that would technologically be something that the clerk of the board would be capable of before you go that route, though.
Does clerk of the board have is there a technical issue as to why the voice messages cannot be forwarded to our emails?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We should be doing that.
Supervisor Williams, see a hand raised?
Yeah, I move we repeal the ordinance adopting Chapter 22.18 Commercial Cannabis Activity Land Use Development Ordinance and amending Chapter 10A17 Mendocino Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance and Chapter 20.242 Cannabis Cultivation Sites.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Can I please get a clarification on who made the second?
I did.
All right. Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Now we are on to the consent calendar. Do we have any items that members of the board would like to pull from the consent calendar or just discuss?
Yes, let me find it quickly. Maybe there's another supervisor while I look it over.
Go ahead, Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, let's pull 4B.
Okay,
For discussion.
4B. Go ahead. 4B is approval of agreement amendment with Paula Groves, doing business as Forefront Partners to continue assisting county with implementation of the local equity entrepreneur program in the amount of $211,000. Go ahead.
Well, it just seems like, is there an alternative to this? Because it is a lot of money out of our equity grant. And when we're dealing with 26 or 52 applicants over these last couple of years, and we've been paying over 200,000 a year, it seems like a lot of money going to administration rather than to the applicants. And like it was brought up before about, all the money that's dedicated out of that to reviewing these applications, and we have very few applications.
Okay, while Kristen comes on board, Supervisor Williams, you're listed as a sponsor of it. Do you have anything to add? Supervisor Williams, you're listed as sponsor. Do you have anything to add about this item?
I'm sorry, the audio was cutting out. Which item?
This is 4B. You're listed as a sponsor.
Oh, let's have Kristen present it.
Hi, thank you, Kristen Neville, Cannabis Program Manager. Good afternoon again, Board of Supervisors. I don't necessarily think there is another option. The cannabis program itself lacks the staff to fully facilitate the review of not only equity applicants for eligibility, but also 3 different types of grant programs. So that administrative fee is meant by the state to facilitate the administration or the staffing necessary to administer the program. If we were to not move forward with the contract, we would still need to fund staffing in some way, shape, or form to administer the program. And again, I just want to reiterate that we do not currently have the staff in-house to administer the program as the MCP.
Kristen, can you provide just a little background? Is this person already doing work for the county, and what was the kind of the selection process, that kind of thing?
Correct. So the Elevate Impact Mendocino program is overseen by Ms. Paula Groves, who also goes by the business name Forefront Partners. So they administer several equity programs throughout the state. So they have been in charge of developing the website, which provides the electronic and digital application program applications for the equity application and all of the grant applications. They do 100% of the review, responding to the applicants, and then we ultimately do final sign off on grant funds that might be dispersed. But they do probably 99% or handle probably about 99% of the administration of the program itself. And they are a team of about 6 right now. Granted, as I mentioned, they are working for other jurisdictions, but this is not a one-person job. If we were to try to take it on ourselves, we would need multiple folks to fill the work that Elevate Impact has been conducting for Mendocino County with this program.
And do you know what the total amount of money that they are that they will be out managing?
There's approximately $2.2 million in grant funding, and that has been allocated to the county in 2 separate tranches. And I believe that and I don't have access to my VPN right now. I'm sorry, I can't get into it. So I don't have all of the numbers right in front of me. But this year, because I was taking notes during public comment, it looks like we should be trying to allocate approximately close to $1.4 million this year. And then there's a second tranche of funds that came from the state in the tune of around $800,000, which combined makes up that $2.2 million. Those numbers might be slightly high. The county, the Board of Supervisors did provide some matching funds, which I believe are around $350,000. So we're looking to, before the end of February, distribute around $1.4 million. And then we can carry over that second allocation of $800,000 during next year's process. So it is also, I think, probably important to note that the application process, while it did open earlier this year, had a bumpy start with COVID and lots of other activities occurring. The state did provide us, as well as many other jurisdictions, an extension to that process because COVID was a challenge for multiple local jurisdictions in managing the application process and moving the programs forward. So we have seen an uptick in applications for eligibility, as well as an uptick in those reviews. So I hope that that helps, and I'm happy to answer whatever other questions I can answer without having the files in front of me.
Yeah, I think you gave us a lot of information, but just as a follow-up, so there's a total, it sounds like, about $2.2 million that'll be administered through this program. Will the $211,000, which would be roughly just under 10% of that, is that to administer the entire $2.2 million?
Correct. So the monies that are allocated or put forward as the equity grant program for the local jurisdiction, according to state guidelines, we can spend up to 10% of the monies for that program to administer the program. So of the funding to administer that program. So that would be approximately a little over $200,000 that we have to spend for the administration of the program.
Okay, Supervisor Hatchak, does that address your questions?
Yeah, they do. So the 211,000 is for the whole life of the program. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct. And so applicants can apply for grants during this wave of application processes. They also can reapply again after February, before February. So there's no limit on how many times they can apply for grants.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on this consent calendar item? Okay, not seeing any. Do we have any other questions on any other consent calendar items?
I'd like to pull 4W.
Okay, you want to address that now?
Yeah, so we're being asked to increase a contract for services to inmates by $350,000. And there's just not enough, it's thin. There's not enough supporting documentation here for me to conclude that the contractor performs in line with Mendocino County values. So I'm not necessarily against it, but I would like some more documentation that we've reviewed the services provided and that we feel that it's appropriate.
Okay, given the late hour, could we just continue item 4W to our next meeting?
I could support that.
Okay.
I support that too.
Okay, by direction of the board, we'll just continue item 4W to our next board meeting. Any other items for discussion? Okay, not seeing it from the board. Do we have any members of the public who wish to comment on any of the consent calendar items?
Yes, we do. So we have one person who would like to speak on item 4B, one who would like to speak on item 4E, two for item 4Z, and then we have one person who would like to speak on item 4I, 4K, 4P, 4R, 4U, 4X, and 4Y.
Okay, I guess bring in the speakers.
First on the line will be Michael Katz commenting on item 4B.
Good evening, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of MCA. Thanks for sticking around to discuss these items. I just wanted to first correct the amount of grant funding that has been allotted to the Mendocino County Equity Program. In April of 2020, Mendocino was granted $2.2 million in equity funds, and thereafter we were further granted an additional about $800,000 in equity funds. So my understanding is that the full amount of state grants over 2 years is $3 million, as not strictly 2.2. Further, related to Supervisor Haschek's questions, and Manager Nevedal's points, we understand that there is administration that must happen on the program. What we have not seen is any information as to if actual funds have been distributed to any of the applicants. We have put in several requests to the program and the county to determine if the county could provide alternative fund distribution mechanisms rather than providing them in a check directly to an applicant, as opposed to holding it as the county and paying as folks need to go, so that folks don't get unintended consequences from receiving that sort of funds and have bank account issues, et cetera. So there's still a lot of administration items related to this program that we feel need to be addressed. And so, we would like to encourage the county, the cannabis program, and Elevate Impact Mendocino to provide more information sharing and to work with us to figure out how we can ensure these funds are distributed. As everybody has discussed previously, if these funds are not, the 2.2 million is not distributed by February, those monies go back to the state. And as it's September now and funds have yet to be distributed, we have concerns about, with especially the 2-tranche system where folks are going to be getting paid in 2 different settings. We're concerned about the efficacy of getting those funds out, and we want to see additional support and efforts made to get those funds out. And so I appreciate the board considering this and the Elevate Impact Mendocino, and we look forward to working directly with you both to improve this program. I do not know if the board is planning to follow up on their commitment to review the efficacy of the changes to the equity program in September, as was discussed in July. But there is only one more meeting in this month, I believe. And so we look forward to hearing if this is sufficient, changes have been sufficient, or if there's more work to be done in order to ensure these funds are distributed. Thank you very much.
The next caller is for item 4E, but they are not on the line. So we will move on to item 4I, which is Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon, board. I'm going to reduce my comments down. The consent calendar seems to be extremely large today and not really an appropriate time to get into discuss these items, particularly item like 4K, legal fees. What is that? I've gone through the materials on a lot of these things and it's not really clear. So I would just hope going forward that there could be more information on these consent items rather than just a simple little brief statement. Thank you.
Next is item 4K, also Ron Edwards.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Ron, did you want to comment individually for each of these items, or was the one comment going to be for all that you had previously signed up for? You're currently muted.
Yeah, due to the time, I'm going to go ahead and leave my comments there for the board. Thank you.
Next is item 4Z, Bradley Sea and Michelle Goodman.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, staff, and the public. This is Brad Sea. I'm the Public Sector Director for Waste Management for Northern California, Nevada. Just a quick sound check. Want to make sure you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. WM just wanted to relay that we were disappointed in the decision by staff to recommend CNS. And before the vote, we felt it was important to point out a few items in the responses. While the director's report did not provide any detail regarding the selection process or rankings, we wanted to highlight a few items that were discussed during the review with the city of Fort Bragg last night. In the city manager report, a 1.8% reduction in franchise fee was highlighted that presented the CNS residential rates to be about 15% lower than the WM submission. If this model was used in the county submission evaluation, then WM did not receive an equitable comparison, as reduction in franchise fee would have had a significant impact to our rate submission. The director report does not show any scores from the evaluation, nor did we see any rate comparison from the submitters. We believe that transparency is key when making such a big decision and believe that more information should be reviewed before voting. Another feature of transparency that didn't occur was reference interviews. We contacted our references, and while we were waiting response back from one, two stated they were not contacted for an interview. The proposed hauling company received a 50-minute interview of one of their current franchise contracts. Again, all we asked for during this process was for transparency and consistency. Our main focus now is going to be on our employees who are asking many questions regarding wages. While the RFP stipulates that employees must be retained for 90 days, there are no assurances that current wages, benefits, and pay time off are guaranteed. We demand the board request a public declaration from the new proposed hauler that current wages, benefits, and paid time off are guaranteed for not only 90 days, but for the life of the contract. All cost of living increases, paid time off, and other benefits ensure longevity. which should have been a critical component of the proposed haulers transition plan. We've seen in the past during transitions with new hauler that part of their model is to reduce wages post a year out. Again, we believe to minimize disruption to the citizens and commercial businesses, that the new hauler publicly declare that all wages and benefits and paid time off remain in place for the remainder of the contract. I know it's been a long day, so I will thank the residents, commercial customers who've supported WM for the past 25 years. We look forward to servicing them for the remainder of the current contract. Thank you, Chair, Board, and staff.
Okay, thank you. We have a question. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I hope I'm not wrong, but I think franchise areas 3 and 4 are coming up this coming summer. So hopefully you'll have a chance to bid on those.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Next on the line will be Michelle Goodman.
Hello, supervisors. Can you hear me?
We can.
My name is Michelle Goodman, and I am here to speak today on behalf of myself and Public Sector Manager Diana Ramirez, as she is currently in the field. My personal comment is as follows. I am coming forward today as a concerned waste management employee, as I have a potential of being displaced during this transition. I understand that there is a 90-day period in which the waste management employees must be retained by CNS Waste Solutions, and there is hopefully an intention of employees being retained permanently. As one of these employees, I am not only concerned about my base pay being lowered or not earning my annual cost of living adjustment, but also the benefits I currently have decreasing as well. With waste management, I am receiving a phenomenal 401k match, great medical, dental, vision, and the most unique benefit that is most important to me right now is my education, where waste management is currently paying for my master's of business administration. This benefit is not just extended to me, but to all waste management employees and their dependents, which is very rare. Also, as someone who loves to travel with waste management, we currently have vacation benefits that mirror some of the world's most renowned tech companies, which I'm concerned won't be the same with the new provider. I'm stating all of this because I'm concerned that our benefit package will decrease if this transition occurs. And this is Diana's comment, if I have time. It as follows. I would like to share a few comments from waste management employees who could not attend today's Board of Supervisors meeting because they are servicing customers. Their comments were responses after they were notified that the board would be voting on the RFP awardee. What will happen to my PTO in retirement? I've worked for waste management for 20 years. That was from a driver. Will my wage be the same with annual cost of living increases? I have a mortgage to pay, also from a driver. Why? I don't understand. What did we do wrong, or what could we do better? From a technician. If I want to stay with waste management, I need to move. Administrative employee. Waste management brings more to the table than what was asked in the RFP. Your decision to select a service provider is much more. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
We do have Howard Shield, Director of Transportation, who was one of the lead staff people on this. Howard, do you have any comments on the, in addition to your written report?
Very briefly, Mr. Chair. Again, this is simply an item that mirrors the item the city of Fort Bragg brought forth last night. City Council, the board had directed that the county and city concurrently move through this process. And I'd remind the board, this is simply that we would start negotiation. It's our recommendation, but the board will get a full agreement with all the details when we actually bring the contract back.
Okay, thanks, Howard. And I certainly hope that as you work on this, that that you do everything you can to make sure that the existing employees, have the best possible seamless transition of benefits over at CNS that they've enjoyed over at Waste Management. Okay, do we have any other public comments on any of the other agenda items?
Do not.
I move the remainder of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve the consent calendar with item, let's bring that back, item 4W, I think, is the one that's going to come back at our next meeting.
Yep.
Can we have roll call?
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
and Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, I think that concludes today's agenda. I think we actually have at least 2 more meetings this month. We had a caller say we had 1. Okay, thanks for another good meeting.